А в нашого шома зеленая шуба, дівки гуляли, шобу порвали, сійовію, сійовію, конопелички, сійовію, сійовію, зеленесеньки. Гей, номо, номо, заплетемо шума, шума заплетемо, гуляти підемо, сійовію, сійовію, конопелички, сійовію, сійовію, зеленесенький.
in a sleazy kind of way. You don't want us to have a look on a presidential day. It ain't gonna go away. It ain't gonna go away. Those Epstein files gonna bite your butt, and it ain't gonna go away. You can fire more people, you can try to distract, but it ain't gonna work this time. There's lots of pages you'd like to redact while you're slipping with the slime. It ain't gonna go away. It ain't gonna go away. Those Epstein files gonna bite your butt, and it ain't gonna go away. You can go to Scotland, you can go play golf, you can go to war today. You can point your finger at everyone else, but it ain't gonna go away. It ain't gonna go away. It ain't gonna go away. Those Epstein files gonna bite your butt, and it ain't gonna go away. We won't stop singing till we see those names in a book we want to read. The victims all deserve that till we root out each bad seed. It ain't gonna go away. It ain't gonna go away. Those Epstein files gonna bite your butt, and it ain't gonna go away. It ain't gonna go away. It ain't gonna go away. Those Epstein files gonna bite your butt, and it ain't gonna go away.
Yeah, turn this way.
Hello, everybody. Hello, we're back. We're back. Back. I'll get the green screen back up eventually. I'm just feeling too lazy. Welcome back, everybody. Let's get a little background music going. Yeah, there we go. There we go. I need to get some art up on the walls. I've got some art I've been needing to hang up, so maybe I'll do that this weekend. Welcome back, everybody. I got a little salad here. Salad. I've been getting over a cold. I just took some cold medicine, but I've got some cough drops here. I've just been coughing. Just been coughing stuff up, you know? But I think I'm through the worst of it. Whenever I'm going through a cold, I can always kind of figure where I'm at with the cold depending on how terrible I feel when I wake up in the morning. And I felt the worst 2 days ago, so I'm like, all right, we're over the hump. I'm pushing through to the other side. We're getting there. The worst is over. Alrighty. We've got the question box open. And I'm ready for some questions. It's good to see you all. Hope you're all doing all right. If not, that's all right too. Let's talk about it. Howdy. Howdy. Tip the hat. Feels good to be back. Yeah, the trim. Yep, that's all custom trim that Casey's dad made. We also made the trim for the downstairs, which I've been helping with. Yeah, it looks pretty cool, doesn't it? I just need some art on this wall. This wall's a little naked. I have some art prints I was going to hang up. Just haven't gotten around to it yet, but if I stream with the office in the background, that gives me more incentive to throw up some decorations. Yeah, I have these art prints that I've been wanting to hang up. They're these like 90s like fantasy art. It's like barbarians fighting like skeletons and stuff. Yeah, I've been looking forward to putting some decorations up in here, so that'll be fun. Hang all my art. No questions in the box yet. You know what that means? It means that somebody's still typing their question. Or it means that mental health is cured. Could be that. Felonious with the 24 months. My man. We're thinking about it. Or they're thinking about it. Nope. I think it's that mental health is cured. We're all doing great. The world is headed in a great direction. We're all feeling very optimistic and hopeful. We're enjoying our hobbies. We're living in a fulfilled way. We're not feeling exploited or abused in any way. Things are just peachy, right? Sure, did that happen? And I just wasn't paying attention? Because I've been hoping. I've been hoping for that day to come. Well, until then, we'll just keep working at it. I just need my country to give up its insane addiction to blowing people up abroad. It's like, you know, that's a bad look, right? Like, that's gonna make people not like you. It's embarrassing and hard for me to think about for too long. And the thing is that they know that, and so they, whoever the ominous they is, whoever the ominous they is, they're hoping that you feel overwhelmed and helpless. The best thing I've been able to find is to channel all of that feeling into righteous fury. Righteous anger. You should be mad about those things. Instead of internalizing it and feeling bad about it, like it's your fault. You know? You haven't been doing that, have you? Have you? You promised you wouldn't. I hope you haven't been. Blaming yourself for stuff that had nothing to do with you. Feeling bad about yourself like you're such a mistake. Because of some shit that had nothing to do with you. You better not be. I'm not talking to anybody in particular, just to note. I'm not talking to any one of you in particular. I'm just generalizing. If there's anybody you should be mad at, it's, you know, there's a list. You relate to it, though? That's why I said it. I was trying to cast a wide net with that. I'm trying to get the conversation going. We have a tendency to internalize things that are outside of our control. Why do we think our brains do that? We can recognize it's a pretty common thing. We've all been there. Why do our brains do that? My theory is that our brains do that because they are trying to find an answer for why things are the way that they are. Even if that answer sucks, even if that answer is wrong, we would rather have an answer than no answer. And so, you know, it just becomes easy to internalize and pin the blame on us because we like to have somebody to pin the blame on. You like the Jurassic Park fit? Nice. What do you think about this? I've also got one of these. Don't worry, I'm not going to whip it out. My new camping knife. I'm dressed like a safari guide. That's true. And I think it's because I like to be the safari guide of your mind. You know what I mean? That's kind of like what I do mentally. Like, hey, you want to go out into the weeds? Don't worry, I've got a machete. Let's go ahead and hack through that and find out where this stuff's coming from. That weird screeching noise that won't ever stop. Let's track that down and see what's causing it. That gives me some ideas. I'm thinking about doing some new graphics. I've got all my stuff back up and running, so I'm in a position where I can properly make graphics again. Because I made all of these, but this was like years ago. You know what I mean? So I kind of want to do a little overhaul. Like, maybe I'll make it like a mental jungle. And then I'll dress like a safari guide. You gotta keep it fresh. I've been overdue for a revamp. And then we'll do a soft relaunch. The new season. The new season of the Brain Domain. I like it. I'm gonna get to work on it. I might even stream myself doing some of the art. That's something that I've done historically. You know, streaming myself doing some of the art. What I'm thinking of is, it'll be like we're in the rainforest, except it's the brain forest. And so there will be, like, trees and stuff, but they'll be kind of, like, trippy, psychedelic, and also, like, brains will be growing off of them or something. I don't know, it's gonna be weird, but you're gonna like it. I've been planning for a relaunch, and I've just been needing the idea, so it's all coming together. Thank you for the reminder to take a big, deep breath. The idea of manually breathing used to bother me, but now being reminded to manually breathe is awesome. Because as it turns out, if you practice breathing, if you do like breath work exercises, or if you meditate and just focus on your breath, it can actually start to feel really good. It feels very satisfying, very relaxing, very regulating. And then you learn that by regulating your breath, you can actually regulate most of your body. Because most of your body, as it turns out, looks to your breathing to determine how to feel. When you breathe in a relaxed way, your heart goes, oh, I'm relaxed. I guess I'll slow down. The rest of your body follows suit. You unclench, release that tension. Breathing is awesome, actually. I love it. And it's underrated. It's underrated. It's something that you do all day, every day, but you try to forget that you're doing it. But by by paying attention to it and regulating it, you can get a lot of benefit from it. Before I forget, I need to make a note. I'm going to do some concept art. It'll probably take me a couple weeks to get a relaunch done. Whenever I did the graphics for this layout, it took me about 2 weeks from start to finish, but I made like a channel trailer. I made a whole ass trailer. Have you seen the trailer? I made a whole ass trailer. That was part of it. It's been a minute.
All right. It's about time.
Greetings, human. Please state your command.
Initiate live stream protocol, Mr. Ship.
I am afraid that is impossible.
Huh? Why?
Our sensors detect toxicity levels which are far beyond...
To hell with the toxicity levels. I'm going in there.
I must advise against such action.
It's too late for that, Mr. Ship.
I am serious.
What do you think of those special effects?
Sorry, can't hear you.
Do not do that.
Oh, or what?
Pretty cool, right? I think it's time to make something new. But yeah, I'll have to do some art streams. We can work on it. I'll probably make it pretty similar to how this one was made. This one was a lot of like photo composite work. So a lot of these rocks are real rocks. Like I didn't draw the rocks, I just edited the rocks. Or how I made like this wallpaper. A little eyeball. So I drew the eyeball, and a lot of everything else is just random stuff. Random pictures of other things that I chopped together in Photoshop. Can you draw my mother as an anaconda, slowly squeezing her prey out of existence, moving through the jungle without concern for others? Hey. People gotta eat. Just try not to be the one that gets ate. Then my other wallpaper is... Well, let me minimize this. My other wallpaper was the other room. So I've got two monitors, and this is on one screen, and then the other screen's the eyeball. This one's kind of fun because it's made from a bunch of different machines. There's like if you look close, there's like an ATM or like a bank overnight deposit box in there. There's some like random electrical panels. The Nickelodeon time capsule is in there. That green thing, that's the Nickelodeon time capsule. But it's time to make some new art. Deep cut. Oh yeah, deep cut. I love talking about my art. Alrighty. Let me trim this down a little bit. I don't need to be that big. I'm here and mentally unwell. How is everyone surviving Wednesday so far? We're thriving. Just a reminder, a new day can start at any time. A new day doesn't have to start just because you woke up in the morning. You know what I mean? And so if you've had a shit day, you can leave it behind you. It's never too late to start a new day. A new day could start at 1:24 p.m. Your brain begs to differ? Well, it's because your brain doesn't like to be wrong, but that's okay. Because nobody's brain likes to be wrong. Because that would make you feel silly, wouldn't it? If I was wrong this whole time. Like, no. I need to be really mean to myself all the time. I really just need to have all these grating worries constantly. That's how it's supposed to be, right? Or not. It could potentially be another way. One of the ironies of a mental health journey is learning to appreciate the feeling of being wrong. Our brains are traditionally very against that feeling, but when it comes to working on ourselves, we want to be wrong about certain things. Like, oh, I'm not actually a tremendous piece of shit. I'm not actually the worst person in the entire world. I'm not actually some sort of unhelpful, unhopeful, unlovable monster. Whew, that's a relief. Remind me, I've been getting over a cold. I might have to blow my nose a little bit. The real irony of our brains in regards to avoiding feeling wrong is that it actually makes us more wrong in the long run. Because if we avoid that feeling of being wrong about something, then we might cling to false information for way too long, or forever. Our brains really like to have a firm understanding of who we are as a person. Because it's always trying to figure that out. And it will always be trying to figure that out. Who the hell am I? What am I all about? What do I like? What do I not like? What am I here for? What type of person am I? What do other people think about me? Just open up to the thought that maybe you're not so bad after all. After all, you could be a billionaire cannibal pedophile, and you're not, so that's cool. So, by that standard, you're all right in my book. Just remember, there are people in this world who are truly deserving of your ire. There are people out there who are truly deserving of all of those negative feelings that you have about people, about yourself. There are people out there who are truly deserving of all of that frustration, and it's probably not you. It's probably one of those sickos out there eating children or poisoning the planet. I'm just munching on this salad. I'm gonna set it aside. I'll continue to take periodic nibbles. Alrighty, we've got a couple questions in the box. Let's get to it. Hey, time for trauma dumping with Arathena. Well, hi, Arathena. Feel free. Dump away. Last week, I had to say goodbye to my beloved cat. He was 15 and had been with me since he was a freshly weaned baby. I got him with my now ex, and often would say he was the best thing I got from that divorce. He loved me so much. I'm sorry for your loss. It's always hard to lose a beloved pet, especially one you've had since they were a little baby. You know, Western belief systems typically shun the idea of reincarnation, but I'm one of the people who's actually more open to it. You know, the idea of reincarnation isn't so weird when you consider that there are billions of people in the world that believe in it. Most of us just were raised in cultures that treated it like an impossibility or says something that can't happen. And so the way I look at it is the pets that I have are the same pets. You know, their soul, their spirit, their essence, their energy, whatever you want to call it, is closely entangled with mine on some sort of grander scale that I'm not fully aware of because I've only got a monkey brain. Anyway, that's the way I look at it. And I find it helps to bring me a feeling of peace, you know? Your cat would wait by the door for you to get home from work. He'd cuddle and lick your face every night. You've been pet sitting and will be all month, so it's been easy to compartmentalize. That first morning, when I'm back though, that's when it's all going to hit. Just allow it to. Just allow those feelings to move through you without resistance. If you want to cry, cry. If you want to scream, scream. Just allow it out. That's the best way to move through it, is just to allow it to move through you. I had a beloved cat. I've got a picture there of her actually around on my little table back there. I got a little picture I drew of her. It was Malagos. She got hit by a car while we were out of town. And she got out of the yard. She never left the yard. You know, like, she would go outside in the backyard, but she would never leave. But something about it that time, she went over the fence and she got hit by a car. So it was rough. There's no easy way to lose someone that you care about. Whether you can see it coming or whether it's sudden out of nowhere. It's never easy. But that's the price we pay for love, and it's worth it. It's worth it. I'm lucky to have an amazingly supportive partner now, so I know I'll get through this. I've still got a way to go, though, and needed to talk about it a little. Thanks for having a place I can do that comfortably. Hey, no problem. Happy to be of help. When that sting fades, because it does sting, it hurts a lot. When that sting fades, your heart's gonna open back up to that love again. You know, George Carlin said, life is a series of dogs. For some of us, it's a series of cats. For some of us, it's both. I've got some of each. I don't know if I have any cats in the room right now, but I've got 2 dogs sleeping on the floor. They've got little beds. There's Dr. Dog. And then there's little Penny. Where's Beaver? Yeah, he's probably sleeping out in the sunroom. He likes to do a lot of napping throughout the day. He was in here earlier. Yeah, he was in here earlier, but he left. It's been hard to watch others' cats. It can be tough in those moments, especially when you're still feeling so sad and you're feeling that grief of that loss. But I find it nice to look out and just see how much joy and love people feel from their pets. You know? Like, it reminds us of our own pain, but it also makes me feel grateful that it's able to be something that's so special for so many people. Ad break. We'll resume it. We'll resume it when you get back. Let's check out this question box question. I've used Mary Jane while going through cancer. Now I've been in remission for over 2 years. Hey, congrats. I've been using it daily since... What long-term, if any, effects are there on my mental health? I no longer feel the benefits it once gave. Ah. This is something that they've shown, you know, commonly happens with people who smoke. The effects of prolonged use. It kind of just becomes something that you do. Especially if you are the type to do it throughout the day. I'm not sure what... You said you use it daily, but I'm not sure what time of day or how often throughout the day. Anyway, let me try to organize my thoughts here for a moment. When it comes to long-term use, the effects on people can be a little bit different. For some people, it helps them to regulate their anxiety, and they'll use it for that purpose long-term. For other people, it might start to cause them anxiety, even though it historically hasn't caused them anxiety. Hey, Launch, thanks for gifting that sub. Oh yeah, we paused that topic while you were stuck behind the ad, but we can talk about it a little more after this question. We're just talking about smoking weed. Alright, so let me answer this question first off by just offering the disclaimer that I smoke weed. It's legal to smoke here where I live. And so, I will partake. What I've found is that it's important to have a good working relationship with it. I would treat it like a medicine, even if you aren't prescribed it medically. Because, you know, if you're a person who smokes weed, you owe it to yourself to be honest with yourself about what smoking weed can do to you. You know, a lot of people like to just be like, hey man, it's better than alcohol, man. It's like, it's good for you, man. You know what I mean? And that's fine, whatever. Do what you want to do. I don't care. But you have to recognize that, like, it can kind of lock you in. It can kind of make it harder for you to do the stuff that you need to do. It can kind of, you know, help you to just shut your brain off. Which isn't a bad thing all the time, to just be able to shut your brain off. I think that that's nice, you know? There's a lot of noise out there in the world, so sometimes being able to shut your brain off is a good thing. But I think that we should also learn how to enjoy life sober, no matter what that substance is, whether it's weed or alcohol or whatever. We don't want to have that type of relationship with a substance where we feel like, I need this every day, all day. And if I don't have it, I'm gonna throw a fucking fit. You know what I mean? I thought this was a safe space. No, this is just a space. We're just in space, actually. We're in outer space. We're all gone wild, and Emily Schmurda, thank you for subscribing. Thank you. Well, there was a time in my life where I loved smoking weed, okay? I was waking and baking, I was doing dabs. You know, it was a whole thing. But it was important for me to realize that this has me so disconnected from a normal brain function. It was just turning me into a vegetable. And so, I'm a user, okay? I smoke. I'm not anti-smoking. I'm just pro-responsible use. Just like anything else. You know, just like eating too much ice cream. It's like ice cream is legal. Doesn't mean you want to eat it every day. All day, every day. Also, just give some consideration to the fact that maybe when you're too high, you become boring. Because sometimes that happens. Sometimes you get too high and you're like hanging out with your friends and you're like, hey, what's up? You want to go do something? And they're just like, huh? Huh? What? It's like that. Oh my god, it's like that anti-weed PSA where it's the person on the couch and they're just like deflated. They did kind of clock it on that one, I have to be honest. I'm not pro. I'm not trying to defend those cheesy PSAs, but they did kind of clock it on that one. Also, I found that if I regulate when I smoke, I actually get more out of it. If I were to just do it all day, it would be whatever. But if I like wait until the end of the day, I actually feel it. You know what I mean? Anyway, I would just encourage you to be mindful of when and how much you use, because it can be a slippery slope. A lot of people like to just smoke all day, every day. And that's fine. It's just, it's expensive. It's expensive. All right. Before I move into the next one, to go back to a point that I was talking about when we got hit with an ad, what I was saying was, you know, when you lose someone and you look out into the world and you see other people who aren't dealing with that loss, and then you have that feeling of like, well, how come it had to be me? I find it helpful to kind of look at things a little bit differently. You look out and you see the people who still have that source of love in their life, and we try to be joyful that that love exists and that other people can have that to help them feel happy. We love love, don't we, folks? I fell into using weed as a coping mechanism for my anxiety earlier this year. I'm trying to moderate it now. I felt much better about using it as a reward at the end of the day. Treat it like a reward. That's what I would say. Meme Bag, thank you for the 9 months. Thank you. Using weed to take care of your anxiety doesn't make your anxiety go away, it just shuffles what it is that you're anxious about. The anxiety that you feel when you're out of weed, for example, or when you're almost out of weed. Or when you've got to go do something and you're like, hold on, I need to smoke weed first. Can't do this without smoking weed first. I get more anxious using edibles if I'm already anxious or have an anxious thought during the experience. I've gotten to the age where I treat edibles like I'm dropping acid. Like if I'm taking an edible, I'm just like, there's going to be a point where I'm just going to want to lay down and just move through this experience. As we get older, we learn to show psychoactive substances their proper respect. Weed is a psychoactive substance. Do too much of it, you can have an experience that's similar to taking a psychedelic. Love that ice cream. The ice cream van is slowly cruising by. I need to run out there real quick and grab an overpriced Sonic the Hedgehog with gumball eyes. Alright, we've got a couple more questions in the box, so let's check it out. If you've got a question, feel free to click that link pinned in the chat or exclamation Q. We'll take you to the anonymous question drop box. I'm not your therapist, but I'll do what I can. Do any prescribed drugs have the freedom of being used as a reward? I feel like they all have scheduled doses. Not necessarily as a reward, but some prescription drugs are prescribed as a sort of PRN, so you take them as needed. And that's something that you'll normally see with like anxiety medication, for example. Like something that, you know, like a benzodiazepine. Take it when you need it. In case of emergency, break the glass, you know what I mean? I look at it like, you know, how at the end of the day a person might have a glass of wine or something. Kind of like that. You know? Just because you like a glass of wine at the end of the night doesn't mean you need to be a wine drunk all day, you know what I mean? Protein shake. Alrighty, let's check this out. Is there any coming back from a major breach of trust in a serious relationship? Yes, there can be. I don't know any of the details regarding your breach of trust, so don't quote me on that, just in case. But just conceptually, like, is it possible? Yes, it can be done. That's what I'll say. Should it be done in this case? I don't know yet. Hey. I get approach anxiety kind of bad. Approach anxiety. It just reminds me of... I'm too distractible today. Which reminds me of this. Like, oh, you're approaching me? You're approaching me? Oh, wrong display. That's this one. You're approaching me? I can only kick your ass if I come closer. A small shift in our thinking might be able to have some cascading benefits. Instead of looking at the things that we have to do as things that I have to do, try to look at them as things that I get to do. I don't have to do this thing in 20 minutes, I get to do this thing in 20 minutes. Maybe there was a time in my life where I hoped that I'd be able to do this. Or maybe there's people out there who aren't where I'm at, and they're still working towards being able to do this. You know, it's an opportunity. Even if it's something simple like going to an appointment or going to the store, making a phone call. Not something I have to do, it's something I get to do. Kind of helps to remove that feeling of like pressure and obligation. Like, uh-oh, here goes the thing. Dr. Mario Master, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. Welcome in. Hope you had a good stream. Welcome in. We're just taking some cues from the bee. It sounds weird when I put it that way. We're taking some questions from the box. You know how it goes. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. Alrighty. Let's get back into this question, shall we? Is there any coming back from a major breach of trust in a serious relationship? Technically speaking, yes. It is something that can be done. And I'll say that. Within the context of this situation, I'm not sure yet. Just technically speaking, it can be done. Should it always be done? That's a different question. Is it always a good idea? But can it be done? Yeah, but sometimes, like, can this car be fixed? It's like pancaked. Can it be fixed? Technically, yes. Good luck getting insurance to pay for it, though. I want to work things out with my current partner, but I am just so hurt. I caught them browsing escort websites, though they claim to never have actually met up with one. They messaged her and everything. Okay. So within the context of this situation, A good part of me is just thinking, flush that turd. That's where I'm at right now. I'm like, whoa, okay, what? Like, going through and actually messaging, okay, I'm like, okay, that's... Yeah. My partner then revealed to me that they have a problem with hypersexuality due to past childhood trauma. Oh. So you caught them doing something and then they made it about them and how they're actually the victim here. Oh, I see. Okay. You just want to be mindful of people doing that. People will do that. People will be like, hey, why'd you do this? I'm like, why'd you cheat on me? It's like, well, because my parents had a really traumatic divorce and they made me question whether or not monogamy is even possible. And it's like, okay, but why did you do this, though? Like, we show empathy for a person's traumas. But it's a different story if your partner comes up to you one day and they're like, hey, I've just had these tough feelings that I've been dealing with. You want to talk about, like, is it okay we talk about them? If this is the first that you're hearing about this trauma and it's because of something that they were doing that was unfaithful to you, it's like, why didn't this come up sooner? Why didn't we talk about this before? Why are we only now talking about it after you got caught red-handed messaging escorts? So just be mindful of those situations where people try to flip it around and then act like they're the actual victim, okay? Because people will do that. Try to tug your heartstrings to have you excuse their crappy behavior. Does it explain the crappy behavior? Possibly. But it does not excuse the crappy behavior. You gotta own your crappy behavior, okay? I get it, people have trauma, and we want to be empathetic and respectful of that. But at the end of the day, you gotta own your shit. If you're engaging in crappy behavior, that's on you. You gotta own that. You can't just be like, but by my trauma. It's like, get a therapist. What are you doing? Just because you got trauma doesn't give you permission to hurt anybody else, okay? I shouldn't have to explain that to you. It pulled at my heartstrings because I too have been through similar sexual trauma as a child. I love them very much and want to see it through, but another part of me is screaming to run. I would encourage you to listen to that part of you. My entire family thinks I should give them a chance, seeing how happy we were with each other, but my best friend of 10 plus years is urging me to leave. I just don't know how to handle this, or what to do. Okay. I'm going to try to be a little bit more neutral, because I clearly have a bias here, and I'm trying not to tell you what to do. I want you to feel empowered to make whatever choice is best for you, because it's your life, and you know the situation far better than I do. And so just me as an outsider, I come into this with like, this is crappy behavior, this is inexcusable. Okay. What I would say is, if you do want to make it work, then have him go to counseling. You got trauma? Okay, work through it. Go talk to a professional about it. Because it's causing issues in your relationship today. And so that stuff needs to get worked through. If this is going to work, those things are going to have to get worked on. And so I would talk to him about that And I would kind of gauge what his reaction was on that. So like, are you willing to talk to somebody about this? You know, based on how willing he is to actually work on these traumas so that your relationship can work, that kind of would determine what your next move should be. You know, if he has no interest in talking to anybody about it, or he's just like, oh no, I can handle it on my own. I've handled it on my own my whole life. Don't worry. You know, like that kind of thing. If you're going to work through this kind of thing, it's going to take work. And both of you have to be willing to do the work that is necessary. Because if only one of you ends up doing work, then the other person's just going to grow resentful. So yeah, could this be worked on? Absolutely. This is something that you could work through. Definitely. But both of you have to be willing to realize what that will take and be willing to do that work. And so that's where I would gauge whether or not staying with this person's the right choice. How willing are they to do the work that they need to do? Hopefully that was better. I can come across a little biased when I when I hear about that kind of behavior. I have no stomach for it. I have no tolerance for it. But it is what it is. Can you hear this dog snoring in the background? He's really letting it rip. Silly dog. The effort to stay neutral. It's a fight to... Oh my god, it's a fight to stay neutral these days. Because politically speaking... I have no patience for people who are like, we need to be neutral, we need to meet in the middle. I'm like, that's not where I'm at mentally at all. Anyway, yeah, when it comes to infidelity in relationships, that's a really tough thing to work through, but it's not impossible to work through it, alright? Neoliberals have feelings too. Yeah, they're missing brunch, alright? Like, they're perfectly fine with a system of exploitation existing so long as they're able to reap some benefit from it. That's what you're dealing with when you're dealing with a neoliberal. They're just like, I don't mind that we're committing war crimes overseas because, you know, I get to go out and have mimosas every weekend. All right. We got another question in the box. This is the most recent question in the box, so if you've got a question, we'll get to it right away. I started recording voice memos like a diary due to the stress of hating my husband, and I must say, it is helping significantly. I notice I will forget when people do wrong by me, and I think it is a defense mechanism, so I wanted to start noticing the shit he did to me so that I could not be gaslit again. Hey, what you're doing is actually a really good strategy of keeping record. Now, whenever we're in a relationship, or it's not always a romantic relationship, sometimes it's like a friendship. It's like maybe you have a friend who's always acting shitty. But just keeping note of those things, just so that you can observe the trends and to start to recognize the patterns. And then you realize, like, this person has said something shitty to me, or they've put me down, or they've, made excuses for their behaviors, and they've done that like every day this week. Because normally it's like when you're going through it, you kind of just, it might not even make your radar. It's just, or maybe you're used to it being the norm, and so you don't even clock it for what it is. You get so used to this person just backbiting, or, dismissing you, or downplaying, or putting you down, or whatever they might be doing. You just get so used to it, it just becomes normalized. But yeah, this is a good thing to do. Especially, if you have that gut feeling of something's not right, something's off, start taking notes. Then keep those notes in a safe place. Because the last thing you want is for a crappy person to find out that you've been keeping score of all of their crappy behavior. Because you and I both know what's going to happen if you're dealing with a crappy person and they catch wind of you keeping notes or keeping score about how crappy they are, they're gonna turn that shit back on you immediately. They're gonna be like, what, you don't trust me? You're over here keeping score? I know I'm not perfect. I never said I was perfect. You heard that one before? You ever heard that one before? I never claimed to be perfect. I'm so sorry I'm like this. Then don't be. That's the thing, you don't have to be. Now I have hours of me ranting, and is it bad? I like to listen back to it, and it will calm me down. Well, it provides you that validation, right? You're able to be like, yep, I would encourage you to talk to a friend about it. That would also probably be helpful. Like, a friend that you can kind of, get that validation and support from. I don't know, I used to hate hearing my voice, but now I'm using it as a way to de-stress from a weird home life. Isn't that weird that we don't like to hear our own voice? I think it's because we sound different inside of our head, and so we have an idea of what our voice sounds like, and then we hear the actual recording and we're like, ew, that's what I sound like? Gross. I think I was overloading my friends, so I started doing the memos. Then let's just get the highlight reel, If we're gonna document every single crappy thing, maybe that's too much info. Maybe we just need the highlights. Because it's okay to load onto your friends, that's what friends are for. The mutual exchange of loads. But we don't want to overload them. It's okay to refuse some loads. Bum ass husband. No, women, if you want to, or men, I won't discriminate. Anybody out there who wants, you want to complain about your husband? I'm your guy. I love it when people complain about their husband. I will read that man to filth. And that's why I would be a terrible couples therapist. I would just be too biased against the husband. I've just had to help too many people out with shitty relationships where the husband was just doing some real fucked up shit. Like, in a professional context and in, like, a social context. It's just a recurring thing. And I feel like men need to do more to call out the shitty behavior of other men, so that's what I'm doing. So, I take the kid gloves off when it comes to how I feel about these men. Like, these are grown-ass men. They're full-grown adults. They don't need to be babied. Anyway. Would not be a good couples therapist. I'm very biased. But if you want to talk shit about your husband, let me know. I'm always down. The Central Committee raid. Let's go. Let's go. I'm dressed like a safari guide. Let's go. Welcome in, raiders. Hats off to you. Hats off to you. How's it going? Welcome in. Thank you for the raid. And thank you for the follows. Ridiculous. Thank you for the 14 months. Welcome in, everybody. It's good to be back. We were just complaining about men, specifically shitty husbands. I was talking about how I would make a terrible couples therapist because I have zero tolerance for shitty husbands. I do. I feel like men could do better. And I feel like more men need to hold other men accountable for their shitty behavior. You know, instead of all of this, you know, like, what are men doing these days? Smashing their faces with hammers and obsessing over body counts? It's sociopathic. It is. Your new chicks just arrive. I love little baby chickens. The real insanity is that, like, men will want to fix themselves, but they do it in the most insane... Like, men don't care about impressing women. Men care about impressing other men, which is super gay. It just is, alright? The gayest thing you can do as a man is to care what other men think about you. Well, I guess there's other things that are objectively gayer, so I shouldn't have said that. You know, having sex with one is way gayer. Not that there's anything wrong with that. We're okay with that. We're fine with that, alright? It's fine. It's okay. It's 2026. Having sex with women is gay? It's true. It's true. Having sex with women is gay because that's how you make more gay people. How do you make more gay people? By having sex with women. It's only gay when the balls touch, alright? It's only gay when the balls touch. Performing and projecting masculinity is like 90% of a man's day. There's nothing gayer than just getting a bunch of dudes together. Even if they're a bunch of straight dudes. You get a bunch of straight dudes together, they're going to be grabbing each other's balls and slapping each other's asses and, you know, in no time. In no time. Like, anybody here ever been in the military? Any of you ever been through basic? It was gay as hell, wasn't it? The Army's super gay. Not as gay as the Navy, though. Army gayness was fucking ridiculous. See, I told you. I was in a frat. Oh yeah, frats? Oh my god, so gay. Fraternities are super gay. Again, not that there's anything wrong with being gay. But embrace it. If you're gonna be doing some gay stuff, own it. There's just too many self-hating gay men out there, and it causes society a lot of grief, alright? Just think about Lindsey Graham, for example. He's out here trying to drag us into World War III instead of just coming out of the closet. I'm like, yeah, Lindsey Graham, we all know that you are gay. We all know that you like to have sex with men. And I think he's getting blackmailed. I think Lindsey Graham is getting blackmailed. They're like, we're going to tell him that you like to have sex with dudes unless you give your unconditional support. And he's like, okay, sure thing. Reaching out to a friend is way gayer than putting that thing in there. Oh yeah, you don't want to get caught doing that. You wouldn't want to get caught talking about your feelings, would you? What I like to do is use toxic masculinity against itself. That's one of the ways that I've found to help defeat toxic masculinity. What's the matter, little bitch? You afraid of talking about your feelings? You just gonna bottle that shit up, pussy? Aw, what's the matter? You scared to talk about your feelings? Aw. Look at you, I bet you repress all your feelings and then manifest them as rage. It unironically works. I know! Real men aren't afraid to cry. Yeah, just challenge a man. Tell him that he's afraid of feeling his feelings, and then he'll be like, I'll show you feelings. I'm not afraid. Chat, we have a anonymous question box. So if you have any questions that you'd like to ask and talk about them on stream, feel free to drop them in that box. There's a link pinned at the top of the chat, or you can type !Q. Thanks again for the raid, my friends. Welcome in. Hope you're having a good day. Well, let me pull up this comment. My friend just got broken up with his girlfriend and was curious about her cheating. She swore up and down that she wasn't, and about a week passed, and, well, she did. I don't know how to tell him about it. You just gotta... You just put it out there. Just the longer you wait, the worse it's gonna be. It's gonna eat at you. So I would just get it out there, you know, just get it over with. Like, hey man, I hate to tell you this, but alright, I'm gonna restart this question since we got a bunch of raiders coming in, so we'll just take it from the top. Good news, he's no longer with a cheating partner. Hey, Space Case, thanks for the 6 months. You know, I have zero tolerance for cheaters. That's my thing. Is like, the idea would never cross my mind. And so whenever somebody else does it, I'm just like, why? Like, what's wrong with you? Like, why would you do this? You know? Some of us take relationships seriously. Other people just treat them like this is just like a coworker or something. It really helped me to learn how to talk about my feelings. I tried showing my best friend my new ability and he literally couldn't follow the conversation. Just give him time, he'll figure it out. Give him some time, he'll figure it out. So one of the things you'll notice is when you're open and honest and you can talk about feelings in a mature way, sometimes you'll notice that other people, they seem so confused by that. They're like, whoa, what is this? Like they're looking at an alien. Like, whoa, huh? What? I didn't know you could do that. It will surprise you just how discouraged people have been from talking about how they feel. You've got people who have been bombarded since birth to not talk about how they feel. Nobody cares how you feel. Don't talk about it. It's nobody cares. Keep that to yourself. But what you'll notice is that it's actually healthy and normal, and people have been doing it since humans have existed. We've been talking about how we feel, and it's more of a modern invention, actually, to just be all tight-lipped and keep all that stuff to yourself, or to make people feel like a burden for talking about that stuff, especially with people that care about you. Like, we all have people in our lives that we care about. At least I hope that we would. If not, go out and find some. We can do that. Find some new ones. Anyway. It might surprise you just how open people are to talking about that kind of stuff when you help them to take the walls down a little bit. It's a normal part of being human. We can't do this shit on our own, alright? So, find some people that you can lean on and lean on them, and then let them lean on you. There are macho ways to say you get jealous and it fucks up your days. There are manly ways of saying you're an artist and you're sensitive about your shit. Oh yeah, I love Tech 9. I'm from Kansas City. Tech 9's a Kansas City boy. There's an aspect of capitalism on why, because quiet silent workers are profitable ones. See, I normally save that until we've had a few conversations. Like, whenever I'm out there radicalizing people, I normally like to save the capitalism talk until after we've been chatting for a while. But what you'll find is that most people are actually super receptive to it. As it turns out, most people hate capitalism because it's the leading cause of most of their suffering in life. But there's just been so much propaganda. People want to line up to defend it. Lining up to defend capitalism is like lining up to defend cancer. Hard to find pop media depicting positive masculinity or even men crying. Oh yeah, that scene from The Fellowship of the Rings between Aragorn and Boromir, that was a good one. It's surprising that there aren't more depictions of positive masculinity, because the depictions of positive masculinity that we do have, these people are all legends. Like Mr. Rogers, Steve Irwin, Bob Ross. Like, the examples that we have of compassionate and kind men, like, there are so few that we literally just have, like, but they're still relevant and they're still legends to this day. It's crazy. Well, yeah, just look at how much they try to badmouth the people who are that way today. You know, the people who today are fighting for equality and fairness. Just look at how they are treated in the media. They are portrayed as if they are the devil. Which just really adds credibility to the phrase, "Judge me by my enemies." Alright, we're going to take this question from the top. If you got a question, feel free to drop it in the box. We'll get to it right away. I started recording voice memos, like a diary, due to the stress of hating my husband, and I must say, it is helping significantly. I will notice I will forget when people do wrong by me, and I think it is a defense mechanism, so I wanted to start notating the shit he did to me so that I could not be gaslit again. Yeah, if you're in a situation where you feel like you're being gaslit, or you're made to feel like you're crazy, or that you can't trust your own mind, take notes. Take notes, but also talk to somebody else about it. You know, talk to somebody that you can rely on to be grounded in reality. Because if you feel like you're not grounded in reality, talk to somebody that you can trust to be that for you. Now I have hours of me ranting, and is it bad I like to listen back to it and it will calm me down? You are giving yourself that validation. You know, you're recognizing things, you're putting pieces together, you're recognizing the pattern. And that helps us to feel more calm. Because even when things suck, we can at least be calm if things also make sense. It's easier to be in a situation where things suck, but they also make sense. You know what I mean? Like, oh, I'm at the DMV, this sucks, but at least I know what I gotta do. It's like, oh, I gotta go to the dentist, this sucks, but at least I know what I gotta do. When we're in situations that suck, but we also are just confused and frustrated, it just makes it so much worse. And so even though the situation you're in is far from ideal, being able to approach it with understanding helps us to navigate it more smoothly. I used to hate my voice, but now I am using it as a way to de-stress from a weird home life. If you ever want to try something fun, record a meditation for yourself. I recorded a guided meditation once, and then I sat down and listened to it, just to make sure that the audio was good. And it was kind of cool, you know? Listening to yourself guide you through a meditation. It's kind of fun, kind of surreal. Bum-ass husband. Yeah, we don't support bum-ass husbands here. I'm anti-bum-ass husband. Also, I started trying to make myself appear more single, and I refused to wear my ring or walk with him in public. I started noticing I low-key have pull game and didn't realize it. This man has been holding me back for years, and I had no clue. Alright, so you're recognizing your own power, right? Okay, that's good. We want to make sure that we are approaching this in a level-headed way. What we're trying to avoid is overcorrection. Allow me to explain. Sometimes we find ourselves in a situation in life where we realize that things have been messed up, and things have been messed up for a while, and things need to change. And so what do? We take drastic action to divert that course. But what we can sometimes end up doing is overcorrecting. And then it just leads into a new set of problems. You know, it's like, oh yeah, I'm in a crappy relationship. Well, what did I do about it? It's like, well, I dyed my hair, I jumped in the car, I drove across the country, I made a new set of friends, and I joined a polycule, and now I'm in a cult. I'm out here living in the forest. You want to avoid that. I would avoid doing that. We want to avoid overcorrection. We're trying to find balance and peace in our life, and we can do that. We just want to make sure that we're minding our steps along the way. So you can make good changes, and you can find that life that you're looking for, but we don't need to make all of those changes at once, and we don't need to worry about making up for lost time. Because that's what'll get you. That feeling of, I've been with this person too long, I've wasted too much of my time, and now I've got to make up for it by doing everything all at once. Sounds kind of nice, TBH. I'm not anti-living in the forest, okay? That's my long-term goal, you know? Let's all start a little cult out in the forest. That sounds like fun. We can all have little cabins, and we can sing songs and stuff. That sounds great. But we'll get there gradually. It shouldn't be an impulsive decision. Emily Schmurda, thank you for the 23 months. The alert didn't go off for some reason. Oh wait, no, you subscribed a while ago. It went off again. An hour ago. Weird. Anyway. I'm not anti-cult. I am responsible cult usage. That's what I am. I'm pro-responsible cult usage. Just do everything responsibly. Anyway, all I was saying is that sometimes in life you reach a point where you can recognize that changes need to be made. And it's important in those moments to try to be level-headed as we navigate through those changes. Because we don't want to end up doing more damage by overcorrecting. Kind of like when you're driving on the road and your car starts to swerve, you hit a little bit of ice, or you hit a puddle and you start to hydroplane a little bit. You don't want to overcorrect. You don't want to send the car off the road, right? Anyway, that's all I'm saying. Avoid overcorrection. I've seen it. I've seen it happen. I've witnessed it firsthand. Hell, most of us have probably been there at one point or another. I'd be willing to bet that some of us here have found ourselves in a moment of overcorrection at some point in our life. Maybe you were with an ex and you realized how shitty they were and you broke up with them, and then you decided that, oh, they wouldn't let me be who I want to be, so now I'm going to be who I really want to be, and you change everything about you. Just try to keep the changes in your life as organic as you can, It should feel like a natural progression and not something that's being forced or hurried along. We've all been there, right? We've all done a little overcorrection, right? We've all done it. So that's why I say it. I'm speaking from experience. We've all been there. Hello, it's me again. Hello, me again. I'm having a hard time holding myself back from fully cheating on my cheating bum husband, but it's bothering me morally. 6 years, then I finally realized what has been happening this whole time. I did not realize my own power, TBH. What are ways I can hold myself back because these beautiful men are deaf giving me the time of day lately? I fully have a mutual crush too, but I'm not acting on anything. I'm too scared, but I want to bad. Okay, alright, so, just from a strategic standpoint, I would advise against any type of infidelity, because this could potentially weigh negatively on you when it comes to the terms of the divorce. Just saying. You want to have a clean record. You want to get a good deal. Now, that being said, you are in a position where you get to be picky. So you're already thinking about the potential of finding someone new, finding someone better suited to you. You've got time to make that choice. Because you gotta watch out. There's a lot of swindlers. There's a lot of sweet talkers. There's a lot of, you know, there's a lot of dastardly ne'er-do-wells out there. We're just trying to, you know, just trying to do the thing. Anyway, if you're looking forward to moving on from your husband, I guess maybe look into getting a formal separation so that, you know, you're free to kind of do what you want to do without worrying about him. Just like you're not technically divorced, but you're separated. So, I don't know. I feel like you're just excited to move on from this guy, and I get that. But we need to think strategy. All right, we need to be strategic about this. You have plenty of time to shop around. Plenty of time to shop around. Anyway, don't stoop to his level. Leave it so that he's the only cheater. Alright, let's check out this one. I work for an esports program for younger kids. During a tournament, the opposing team was taunting one of my players. I stepped in as a coach, as a pause, and checked in with both players and put a warning out that if that happens again, the admin would come over and possibly take a life off of the opponent, call the round off, or declare that match as a loss for the offending team. I did have a raised voice and I was frustrated, but I will not and did not yell or single out a player. You know, you're coaching kids, okay? You're coaching kids. Sometimes you gotta raise the voice a bit. That's just a part of coaching, especially when it comes to coaching children. You know, if you were the coach and you just talked like this the whole time, like, hey guys, come on now, like, we need to, you know, remember the codes of conduct, guys, like, come on now. You know, those kids are gonna run all over you. You know, you sometimes have to be a little bit more stern. At the end, I took the other coach aside after my player said he wanted a rematch, but I didn't think that was going to happen, and I brought the TO over. I couldn't even get one of the 5 because the admins were the TOs. I'm not sure what a TO is. I'm trying to have to... Oh, an admin, okay, alright, the tournament admin, alright. They told me to bump to someone else. I then brought one over and had my player talk about what happened. The admin said he can't do much because I should have called him over in the moment it happened, but he wanted the full story now. Why didn't you call me over the minute this happened? It's like, I don't know, because it's like... Excuse me. Been getting over a cold. Had a bit of congestion. I told my player not to accuse any other player if he couldn't see who was taunting him because he wouldn't want that to happen to him. My player told the admin, myself and the opposing coach, the problematic player, she took the player aside and talked to him while I talked to the admin and cleared things up and apologized for causing more issues. After the match, 4 parents came from the opposing team asking for my immediate dismissal because I was on drugs, yelling, and targeting them. Welcome to the world of coaching children. You're gonna get all sorts of crazy stuff thrown at you from parents of these children. It's honestly insane. They said I was on drugs, yelling, and targeting them, which every parent from my school and others who were watching confirmed it never happened. Yeah, then don't worry about these loons. They're loony! Don't worry about them. These opposing team parents are real a-holes for the district, so they asked for a formal write-up, or they would go to the district. Be like, go to the district then. Like, whatever. Like, go to the other district then. Like, okay. I mean, if you're a coach and you haven't had some parents from the opposing team try to, like, get you in trouble, then are you even a coach? I just feel like this has to be something that happens all the time in coaching. Just upset, frustrated parents from the other team. They're just trying to make you feel scared. They're just trying to intimidate you. They're like, oh, I'm gonna tell on you. Ooh, I'm gonna tell. I'm like, then do it. Whatever. Like, you've got people who can back you up. You've got people who can vouch for you. You're gonna be fine. Like, schools are already desperate enough to get people to be the coach anyway. It's like, they're not going to get rid of you as a coach because the parents of the opposing team complained about you. It would be a different story if it was your own kids or the parents of the people on your team. Like, that would be a different story, but yeah, you know what I mean. In addition, the other coach lied and said I pulled her kid aside when I have people confirming I couldn't have because I was with them. That's just unhinged. We have 1 week left for the program, and I am refusing to sign anything that is libel and slander, and if the program needs it signed, I think I should leave. What are your thoughts? Sorry of any spelling mistakes. Oh, don't worry about it. Also, no apologies. This is an apology-free zone. Yeah, I wouldn't sign anything. Yeah, stand your ground. You've got people who will back you up. You've got people who will vouch for you. You're fine. You're fine. If for some reason you ever have to explain what happened to anybody, like let's say that somebody from the school or whatever, they're like, hey, what happened? Just be as calm and as relaxed as you can be. Just appear totally unbothered and peaceful. And just tell them what happened. Because odds are the other people are going to come across as, like, angry and vindictive and overly frustrated. And, you know, if you just are cool and unbothered, it actually adds to your credibility. But yeah, we'll vouch for you. Mr. Brain, how do I find a good man? You'll very rarely find a fully formed, complete, good man. More often than not, what you'll find is a man with potential. And so that's what I would focus on. Don't focus on finding somebody perfect. Focus on finding somebody who has potential. Somebody who wants to learn. Somebody who will listen to you and consider your input. Somebody who will work with you instead of just trying to boss you around. Find somebody that you can grow with. And somebody who can grow with you. That's an important part of relationships, is that neither of you enter the relationship as a perfect person, but through this collaboration, you can each move towards becoming a more self-actualized and well-rounded person. So find somebody who's willing to learn, somebody who's willing to grow, somebody who owns their mistakes instead of finding a way to twist it around and blame you. Now, you're not going to find somebody perfect, but find somebody that has some growth potential. Yes, but where? Well, having a mutual interest helps. If there's something that you're into, maybe you could find somebody at a place where you're there to enjoy that thing. The old hobby shops, the conventions, the group meetups. Men, we're all over the place. You can't look any way without eventually running into one of us. We're all over. You know, just focus on finding a good guy and then help them grow into being a good man. You know? Like that's how I feel about myself. I'm a confirmed wife guy, and I can recognize that before my wife, I was a good guy. But my wife helps me to be a great man. You know what I mean? Welcome back. Oh, it's good to be back. Is the stream schedule back? Not completely, because I still have a couple things on the horizon. Casey's grandma needs her bathroom remodeled, and I'm going to be helping with that, so I might have to miss a couple days for that, and, you know, there might be some things here or there, but I'm going to be streaming more regularly. I'm also going to be working on some rebranding stuff. I'm going to make some new art. So that'll be fun. But yeah, it's good to be back. I'm struggling to find a job, and I'm feeling desperate at this point. I recently started going to the gym again to subside the thought of feeling useless. How else would I cope until I find an opportunity? First off, just because you're having a hard time finding a job does not make you useless. Let's go ahead and just sever that thread real quick. Just go ahead and just cut that out. That's not helping. Don't tie your feelings of self-worth to your employment status. That's silly. That's just capitalist propaganda. The job market is terrible right now. And you're far from the only person who's struggling to find something. Do I ever have on-stream tangents? I've been known to get a little bit tangential. from time to time. I've done whole PowerPoint presentations. You know, I've got dozens of PowerPoint presentations. I guess those kind of count as tangents. Alright, so how do we cope until we can find an opportunity? If we're just hard up for cash, we just need to make some money, you know, and we're trying to find a job, just try to find a job. Whatever job that might be. You know, it might not have anything to do with what you've done, it might not have anything to do with your education, but a job is a job, and all jobs are deserving of respect. Most people do not find themselves on a career path that they expected. It's true. I never saw myself as Space Safari Guide, but alas, here we are. Outer Space Safari Guide? Holy shit, 8-year-old me would be thrilled, actually. Yeah, if I could go back in time and tell 8-year-old me that I'd grow up to be an Outer Space Safari Guide, that'd be pretty fucking sick. Alright, one more thing, questioner. As we mentioned before, it's really important to detach that feeling of what is my purpose or how useful am I to your employment status. Because it's important for you to recognize your value and to recognize your worth. That will actually do more to help you find a job than if you're feeling down on yourself. If you're feeling too down on yourself, they might be able to sniff that out. They might be able to, you know, smell that on you, and it might harm your opportunities. But anyway, you're far from useless. You're far from useless. Like, if you want to talk really useless, just think about, you know, just think about the many wealthy people out there who just contribute nothing. They just are like parasites on the system. Think about the people who are replacing people with robots. You're just an honest human trying to make an honest human's way through life. And you have value and you have purpose. Mr. Brain Domain, top 3 pieces of advice for the kids. For the kids, stay in school. Don't do drugs. And throw away the iPad. I'm kidding. But seriously, when it comes to kids, it's important to recognize that they are often smarter than you give them credit for. You know, they're just like little humans. They're like little humans. And it's okay to sit down and, you know, have a conversation with them. You know, if they did something wrong, sit down and talk to them about it instead of just yelling at them or telling them not to do it. You know, explain it to them. You know, it made me really worried when you did that. It made me really scared. You know, I was worried that something would happen. I was worried you'd hurt yourself. You know, kids are pretty good at figuring things out. And they're smarter than you recognize. So talk to them about stuff. Don't just bark orders at them. Don't just tell them what to do. Don't just, you know, because that's just going to make them grow up to resent you. You know, kids are going to remember the times where you showed them patience and understanding and compassion, right? That's what's really going to matter, and that's what's really going to help to shape their development. It's also important to remember that kids really love to test boundaries, because that's how they figure out how the world works, is by testing boundaries, running into walls. And so, teach kids the importance of respecting boundaries. Both the boundaries of others and their own boundaries. You know, if anybody's ever making you feel uncomfortable, here's how you handle it. Here's how you say no to a person. You know, and lastly, and you know, this is kind of just a general thing, just remember that you're planting seeds. Not all of the seeds are going to grow, but you know, just try your best to take care and nurture those seeds so that they can grow into something cool. Also, don't try to force your kid to be who you want them to be, because that's never going to work, and they're always going to hate you. I'm pretty sure that trying to force kids to be somebody that they're not has a 100% failure rate, and yet parents still try it for some stupid reason. So, just keep that in mind. You know, love your kid for who they are. And be excited to get to know them, you know? And don't forget that kids can teach you stuff too. Just because you're the grown-up doesn't mean that you know everything. Hello. I have schizophrenia and I am religious. I am taking medications that work for me, and I'm working with a psychiatrist regularly in case anything needs changing. My biggest fear right now is falling into religious delusions. I want to limit the risk of that happening, and I think preventing that train of thought from the start is the best way. What are the common triggers of that delusion, and what thoughts should be stopped before they spiral out of control? Thank you. Okay, let's talk about it. So, when it comes to stuff like this, it does, and when I say stuff like this, I mean, you know, going into a sort of psychotic headspace where you're having a lot of like delusions and really far out loopy thoughts. It normally doesn't happen all at once immediately. It's kind of a gradual process. You start to almost notice the shift happening. Or you might catch yourself thinking things like, huh, that was weird. And so what I would suggest is to learn to recognize what your triggers are, because triggers are actually they can be totally different depending on the person. For example, one person's trigger might be a certain phrase. You know, maybe it was a phrase that somebody said when you were a kid, and then you hear that phrase as an adult and you're like, oh my god, it's all connected. Oh my god, the cycle, the loop, it's happening. You know, it's like that kind of stuff. Or maybe it's a song, you know, maybe there's a bit of music or some type of food or something that you associate with some sort of traumatic memory. And that's the trigger. And so what I would encourage you to do is to recognize what your triggers are so that you can be aware of them, so that you can be mindful of them, so you know where the landmines are, and so you know how to step around them. And this goes for everybody, not just people with schizophrenia. It's important for us to recognize what our triggers are. It's important for us to recognize our patterns. And so it's easier to do this when you have somebody helping you to do that. You know, somebody who you can trust, a trusted third party who can be objective. And so you say you're working with a psychiatrist, that's good. I would, maybe they might be able to be a good help for you. But anyway, what I would also encourage you to do is not just to understand what your triggers are, but have a plan in mind on what you can do to redirect yourself if you do start to notice that you're feeling triggered. If I do start to notice that I'm getting a little bit delusional, I'm getting a little bit obsessive, I'm getting a little bit, I'm starting to spiral. Maybe I need to put the phone away. Maybe I need to get off social media. Maybe I need to go for a walk out in nature. Maybe I need to go spend some time with a friend. Maybe I need to go pet my dog. Just have a clear understanding of the things that you can do to help you return to that sense of balance and serenity and sanity. Because here's the thing, my friend. Sanity is something that we have to work for every day. Not just for the people who have schizophrenia. We're all out here fighting for our mind. We're all out here trying our best to stay sane in a pretty crazy world. And it's helpful to anybody to know, what can I do to feel peaceful and grounded and sane when things start to feel crazy? You had some pretty specific questions in here, so I'm going to try to answer those a little bit more concisely. Like what sort of thoughts should be stopped before they spiral out of control? A really big one when it comes to psychosis or schizophrenia is to avoid going down rabbit holes where there are just nothing but unanswered questions. This is something that I've seen very commonly in people with schizophrenia, is they'll go down these rabbit holes where it's things like conspiracy theories or, unanswerable questions. Like, well, what about this? And then, or you start noticing that you're making all of these loose connections and associations between things, and, next thing you know, you've got a corkboard up on the wall and there's strings connecting a bunch of pictures and newspaper articles. It's best to catch yourself early and to focus on what you do know to be true so that we can remain grounded. Psychosis is just something that the mind can do. It's a mental event. And if we remain peaceful and grounded and focused on the things that we know to be true, we can find our way through. We can get through that storm.
Order, clarity, and purpose are yours with the peace. Stay informed. Stay alive. Stay approved. Every update is verified. Every notification.
Finding triggers is difficult without a good therapist. Difficult, yes. Impossible? No. It's more difficult to do all on your own. It's a bit easier to do if you have someone that you trust to help you navigate that. Also, the thing about triggers is, and, you know, I'm interested to hear what you all have to say about this, but this is something that I've noticed about triggers, is that oftentimes we will have triggers that we don't identify as triggers because it's just been something that's bothered us for so long, or it's just something where it's like, nah, that's too obvious of an answer. Surely it couldn't be that. You know, surely it couldn't be, you know, that thing, because that's too obvious of an answer. It has to be more complicated than that. But oftentimes it is more often than not, it is the simplest answer. Like, yeah, maybe it all does have to do with the way your parents treated you. Maybe that does have a lot to do with how you're acting right now. Maybe that thing that happened in school, maybe that is the reason why you're still stressed about this type of thing, you know? What I've come to find is that more often than not, people are aware of what it is that triggers them. They just don't register it as a trigger because they're just so used to it being there and they're so used to it being normal that it's just a part of life. It's like, oh yeah, that thing? Oh yeah, worrying every day because of this thing that happened, or having these memories pop every day. Yeah, that's just normal, right? Like, it's like walking around with a rock in your shoe. It's been in there so long, you're just used to it being there that you have forgotten what it feels like to not have a rock in your shoe. And you're like, damn, why do my feet hurt? Couldn't be because of the rock in my shoe. That's been there forever. That's been there the whole time. Surely that couldn't be the cause. I've noticed it within myself, and I've also noticed it within others, so anyway, I'm interested to hear what you all have to think about it, but it's something that I've noticed to be true, is that sometimes the things that are really bothering us, that we've been avoiding thinking about, it was almost the too obvious answer. It's like, damn, why do I have anxiety right now? It's like, well, maybe because your parents yelled at you too much. Like, nah, couldn't be that. Like, yeah. Maybe. Maybe. Anyway, best of luck, my friend. Try to have an optimistic outlook when it comes to a schizophrenia diagnosis, because we're pretty good at treating it these days. Schizophrenia does not need to be this, you know, terrifying life sentence like it historically has been. Sorry for the deep question. Ooh, you better not be. You better not be sorry. Especially for a deep question, because I love deep questions. I just find it difficult to find a point to it all. Ooh, I love this question. One of my favorite questions is, what's the point? Because I've got a good answer. What is the point? Do we just work until we die? What are we working for? Nothing is permanent. Things seems to fluctuate between terrible and slightly less terrible. So does anything we do actually matter? Alright, so here's the thing. The point of life is that you get to make the point. It's up to you to decide. What do you want your point to be? There isn't one universal truth as far as what the point is or what the meaning is. That's up to you to decide. You are a byproduct of the universe. You are one of the premier examples of what the universe is capable of creating. A living, conscious, self-aware being. What do you want to do with that? Maybe you're realizing that slaving away for capitalism isn't really my thing. Congratulations. You are awake now. Welcome to the team. In my experience, the point for me, I'll share that with you. I'll share what my point has been. You know, what's the point for me? To learn as much as I can, to help as many people as I can, to spend time with my friends, my loved ones, to eat good food, and sometimes to find time to do absolutely nothing. Nothing is permanent. True. But it doesn't need to be. A flower isn't permanent, but you can still enjoy a flower. Food has an expiration date. The seasons change, but that's okay. Nothing is permanent, but it doesn't need to be. If anything, the ethereal, fleeting nature of things makes them more meaningful. Like catching a live performance. My mom always says this isn't a dress rehearsal, the play is already going, so put on your best performance every day. Your mom is such an interesting character. It's like she has two modes, based and batshit. Before anybody says anything, we've talked about her mom a lot. If you haven't been here for it, that's that's fine. But if you know, you know. She's got two gears. She's either dropping the most based take you've ever heard, or she's just being an absolute menace. And that's why we love her. Does anything we do actually matter? It does to the people that it matters to. You know, if you help out somebody who's going through a tough time, even if it's just, you know, being there for them, listening to them, giving them a hand up, giving them a hug, whatever. It's like it matters to them. It might even make a world of difference to them. Like, for me, I try to be a person that can help to reignite the spark for hope in humanity for other people. I've never seen so many people just so depressed and disconnected and despondent. We need that revolutionary optimism. We cannot resign to the belief that things are only going to get worse. Because if we do that, then we're just allowing it to happen. Check it out, chat. We're on question number 6767. Can you believe it? She's doing better now that she knows her sister is a narcissist and she's actively trying to be better. Nice. Let's talk about that for a second. Narcissism. let's talk about narcissism real quick, and then we'll get into the questions. What you've probably noticed in your life, and this goes for anybody here, you've probably encountered somebody who has a little bit of narcissistic tendencies. They have a hard time accepting any blame. Everything's always somebody else's fault. You know, everything they do is always the most important thing. It's, you know, it's all about them. What I have come to find is if you actually want to talk to somebody about these things, don't just label them a narcissist. Don't just tell them that they are a narcissist, because that label, people are going to fight that label, and you're going to shut down the conversation, and you're not really going to get anywhere. If you want to talk to somebody about their narcissistic traits, then just talk about narcissistic traits, and talk about how it's something that we all do from time to time. We've all been there. We all get a little insecure. We all sometimes have a hard time accepting accountability. You know, we all can be a little sensitive sometimes. It can be helpful to talk to them as if, hey, I've been there, I know what you're going through, instead of just making them feel like it's their fault and their problem. Because then if you do that, they're just going to shut you out. It's important to recognize that narcissistic traits are just a coping mechanism for dealing with stress. Does that make sense? Narcissistic traits are a coping mechanism for dealing with stress. If a person has feelings of inadequacy, if a person has insecurities, they will sometimes cling to these narcissistic traits as a way of coping with those insecurities. And so that's what you're really dealing with, is you're dealing with a person who is struggling with insecurities. And if you're going to help them get over the narcissistic traits, you are better off trying to help them identify and overcome those insecurities. Anyway, we've all been there. My mom's sister managed to make my aunt's funeral all about her, and she accused my mom of being a socialist, which she hates because she is a staunch centrist. Oh, don't make me laugh. Oh, don't make me laugh. Oh my god, you're gonna send me into a coughing fit. Oh, don't make me laugh. I'm like, of course she's a centrist. That explains the... That explains it. You should just get your mom watching Hassan, because moms love Hassan. Because he talks like a gentleman, he's got good ideas. Anybody who actually hates him, they're either jealous or they just don't watch him. But yeah, moms love him. You gotta let her know, socialism is in, Mom. Socialism is hot now. You want to get on that train early. My bestie doesn't like him because she thinks he's slightly misogynistic. Oop. That's just the frat boy energy. Like, all right, so like, yeah, he's got that like frat boy energy, but he's growing up. All right, he's growing out of it. He's yeah. That's what else can I say? He's growing out of it. You know, but the way that I look at it is, if you're dealing with a man, and this is a criticism of men, all right? I'm trying to be critical of men here. If you're dealing with a man who has survived the patriarchy and is only slightly misogynistic, that's kind of a win. Because the way the system is set up is it's made to make young men into little sociopaths. And so if men are able to make it through all of those indoctrination attempts and only be a little bit scuffed, we can work with that. Right? Like that's better than the alternative where you're dealing with a bunch of little Nick Fuenteses. My whole family, except my big bro, who I love to death, are all in the MAGA cult. You know, we can talk sometime about how to deprogram them. It can be done. You can deprogram, or you can at least try to deprogram. There's a method to it. You can't call them stupid. You can't yell at them. You have to... You know, you have to help them work through it. Anybody who's still in the MAGA cult is just an idiot who wants to feel like they're on the winning team. Or they're evil. That's it. So... Anyway, people are waking up, so don't give up hope on them. They might come around yet. Not really the winning team for long. I know. They're on the sharp decline. It's looking worse than ever for MAGA. But it's kind of just like a simple way of viewing the world, right? It's like, these are people who look at politics in the same way that they look at a sports team. Like, yeah, we support the red team in this house. We've supported the red team for generations. And that's what you do when you're loyal and honest and hardworking, is you show loyalty. You know? Don't even try to talk actual politics with a MAGA guy. They don't know anything about it. See, I live in Missouri, so unfortunately, like, I do have to run into some people who have some more conservative beliefs, but there's an art to it. You know, don't make them feel like they're an idiot. Don't talk to them like they're a child. You know, just explore their beliefs and talk to them and help them to realize that the people that they're supporting do not actually support them. Alright, let's take a look at this question here. Do you have any advice on how to deal with doctors and psychologists when you need medical reports or documentation related to multiple chronic illness diagnoses, but they become hesitant because they suspect it could be used in legal proceedings, and end up avoiding putting certain information in writing, refusing to provide documentation, or even abruptly ending the appointment despite it being a private consultation? That's weird of them to do. I'll just say that. That's unusual for them to do. Like, why are they even doing that? Like, it's not even any, like, it... What? What? Like, who cares whether it's being used? Who cares what it's being used for? Like, you want it, you need it, right? Who cares? I guess the best advice I would say is try to find a doctor who's actually not weird. That's just, I don't know, this feels weird to me. Like, what are they worried about? Like, I don't know. If you have a reason for needing this documentation, just be as transparent as you can, because when you're talking to your doctor, there should be transparency. It's like, if you can't talk to your doctor with transparency, it's like, kind of makes it difficult to have a good working relationship. So if you have these reasons for documentation, I would just let them know what they are, and then maybe that could help to ease their worry for whatever reason. I don't know. I don't know why they're being so weird about it. Private healthcare is so bad. Oh, don't get me started. I'm literally here helping people with their mental health for free on Twitch. That's the state of private healthcare. Don't get me wrong, I love doing what I do, but do you think I want to... Do you think I want this to be the option? Do you think I want this to be the answer? No. I don't want people getting their mental health from twitch.tv. I want people to get it from a established provider in their community. For free. Hi. I just got out of a dysfunctional relationship that has left me pretty vulnerable and angry, and I've been trying to process my feelings. He used some pretty good tactics that still to this day leave me a bit scared. I've been debating getting my story out there to reach out to other women who have been in similar situations or may enter similar situations so they can see the signs and know that type of behavior is not okay. However, I'm worried he might find out, and I'm not sure what he might do, but I also don't want his past threats to silence current-day me. Do you think it's worth the risk to speak up? You should definitely be able to talk to people about it. There's a difference between okay, and you get to decide what level you do that. You know, you're not taking out a full page in the newspaper, you're not, posting a big, long thing online. You know, if you're just having a conversation with somebody about it, that's different. I feel like being able to talk about what you've been through and share your story and speak your truth, that's important. Because it's part of how we heal. It's part of how we process things. I mean, I'd probably pay you for it. Well, you can subscribe at Tier 1, Tier 2, or Tier 3. If you're a fan of this content, if you like this content, consider supporting this channel by subscribing. Thank you. Okay, questioner? Hold on. Hold on, I have to take off my hat for a second, because I need to... I need to look inside your brain. Hold on. I see now. I see what you're worried about. I have a feeling that you might feel a little embarrassed. You might feel a little ashamed, maybe. You might feel bad about yourself for falling for these tricks or for letting them affect you. here's the thing. Learning how to recognize those behaviors, learning how to identify those things, that takes talent, that takes skill. And so you're learning, you're growing, you're getting stronger. You're understanding how to recognize concerning behaviors and red flags. And that's a good thing. It's part of your growth, it's part of your development. And so going forward in new relationships, you'll be able to take what you've learned and use it in a meaningful way. I've seen a handful of counselors over the years, and I gotta say, your skills are top tier in my assessment. Well, thank you. Thank you. It's always been my goal to be the best, like no one ever was. Anyway, questioner, what I would say is find somebody to talk to about it, whether it's a trusted friend or a family member, somebody that you can lean on, just so you can talk about what you've been through and so that you can feel like people understand you and feel like, you know, I'm not at fault here. I'm not the crazy one. Sometimes in life, you'll run into some crafty people. You'll run into some real manipulators. And the thing about that is that manipulators can be really good at what they do. I've met some manipulators that were really bad, because that happens. You'll sometimes run into people who are very manipulative, but they're also very bad at it. I don't get it either. But then sometimes you'll run into some people who are very good at it. And it might take you a long time to figure out what their game plan is and what they've actually been doing to you. But hey, guess what? You figured it out. You got out. That's awesome. So look at you go. Look at you go. You're on to bigger and better things. So best of luck in that healing. I have an alcohol problem. I drink bottles of vodka on a daily basis. Half my disability benefit is spent on said alcohol. I stream and make a mockery of my life and try to profit off of that. What can I do in order to get myself out of this hole? Quit digging downwards. If you want to get out of this hole, quit digging downwards. Put the shovel down, my friend. Every bottle of alcohol, everything you do to just diminish your own self-image and self-worth and to just turn your life into a joke, that's just you digging the hole deeper and deeper and deeper. It's also not always easy to get out of a hole on your own, and so I would encourage you to find somebody who can help you to give you a hand up out of the hole. If you're on disability benefit, you're also probably on health benefits as well, and that should make you eligible for treatment that you won't have to pay for. And I would highly encourage you to try. Because your life can get better. Your life is worth living. It's not a race to the bottom, alright? Instead of racing to the bottom, let's see how high we can go. But when it comes to quitting the drinking, I would encourage you to just prioritize your health. You gotta prioritize your health. You know, because you're just poisoning yourself. Too many people wait until they have no other choice but to quit drinking. I've known people who were, you know, habitual drinkers, drinking every single day, and it wasn't until, hey, the doctor told me that I'm going into organ failure, or I had a heart attack. Like, did you know that? Did you know that people with alcohol problems, it will lead them into having a heart attack? It's literally poisoning you. It's destroying all of your organs. You are deserving of love and compassion, especially from yourself. And so that's what I encourage you to show to yourself, especially in such a hard time. Treat yourself as someone who cares about yourself. Welcome in, Raiders. Sad Chapter at the raid. Welcome in, partner. Welcome in. Oh, it's Raid City today. We've been getting all sorts of raids today. Let's go. Welcome in, Raiders. Hope you had a good stream. Welcome in. We're just solving mental health one question at a time. Dream question. I keep having dreams about an ex that was sometimes abusive. In the dream, I crave reconciliation with them, but also in the dream, I know they're not safe to be with and they'd hurt me again soon. I wake up and I feel deeply dysregulated from this craving of reconciliatory peace, and I know is not real and will never come. Do I just wait this out? It's been almost 2 years now. Well, if it's been almost 2 years, then waiting it out probably isn't the way. So instead of waiting it out, let's try hashing it out. Let's try figuring this thing out. Let's try figuring this out. So what's this all about? When it comes to studying dreams, the results can be mixed. You know, studying dreams can be an interesting way to look at what's going on underneath the surface, but it's not always a guaranteed or accurate thing. You know, some people take dream analysis very seriously, very literally. I tend to be more so in the camp of, you know, it can help you to become aware of some things that are going on within your mind. You know, in that dream state, some things might come to the surface that you might kind of push down during the day. And it sounds like that's what's going on. You've got some sort of inner conflict regarding this X. And so what I'm hearing from this is that you're looking for peace, right? You're looking for peace. Maybe what we could instead look at is, what does that peace look like? Maybe me finding peace has nothing to do with reconciliation with this person. Maybe me finding peace is something that I do on my own internally. Because it feels like there's a part of you that's still on the fence as far as what it is that you want to do regarding this person and these feelings and these memories. What do I do with all that? What do I do with all this stuff that I've been carrying around? Well, what do you want to do with it? If you want me to weigh in, if you want me to make a suggestion, what I would suggest is to just find peace on your own terms. Just find some way to recognize and acknowledge that you are at peace with this. It might not have anything to do with the other person. You don't have to reach out to them. You don't have to talk to them. You don't have to tell them like, hey, I forgive you. You don't have to do any of that. It all happens in here. And in here. So what does peace look like for you? Identify it, acknowledge it. The clearer that idea becomes, the easier it is to obtain. Define what that peace looks like. That's how you build it. Yeah, if you ask me, I feel like what you're really looking for is just peace. So good. Now that we know what we're looking for, what's that next step? What's that next step that we can take that moves us closer to peace? Would it be identifying the thoughts that I'm ready to let go? Would it be, what is it that we need to do to take that next step towards peace? Maybe re-examining some old feelings and measuring it up against how much progress we've made. A therapist in my group said that sometimes your nervous system already knows the answer before you consciously do. Like in relationships, whether you actually want to go back to someone or not. What does that mean? Have you ever had a gut feeling? Have you ever had a gut feeling? Have you ever been in a situation where you could just tell that the vibes were off? You're like, something's off here. This isn't right. I need to get out of here. What your therapist meant is, well, here, let me elaborate. Did I say a nut feeling? No, but I could. I said a gut feeling. Or for some, it might be a butt feeling. Or perhaps even a nut feeling. Who knows? Alright, so here's the thing. Your nervous system is the product of billions of years of evolutionary success. You are walking around with a radar system that can pick up things that you are not even fully consciously aware of. Subtle shifts and changes in things within your environment. And its whole purpose is to keep you safe, to keep you alive. Your nervous system is constantly surveying your environment. It's processing all of this information and it's trying to determine, is there anything out there that could hurt me? Is there anything I need to be worried about? The nervous system really is an incredible thing. It also responds to emotions. You might notice a feeling in your stomach, or you might feel lethargic, or you might feel agitated. You might feel like, I gotta get up, I gotta move, I can't stay still. That's your nervous system responding. An important part of feeling well, both mentally and physically, is to have a good working relationship with your thinking brain and your nervous system. Because your nervous system will sometimes respond to things as if they are a threat, but they might not actually be a threat. Your nervous system can sometimes be a little too finely tuned. It might perceive everything as a potential danger. And so that's what we're really striving for. That's what we're working towards, is a good working relationship between my logical, rational, thinking brain and my nervous system. And the good news is that you can do that. You can get the two to play along nicely together. It just takes a little practice, and you just gotta learn a few techniques. The simplest, easiest trick to communicate with your nervous system is to control your breathing. If you regulate your breath, but how? How long have you been subscribed here? In all the times you've been subscribed here, how many times have I told you about mindful breathing? 1,000? How do I regulate my nervous system? As if I don't talk about it every day. The easiest way to communicate with your nervous system is to regulate your breathing. Because your breathing, and this isn't just any hocus pocus mumbo jumbo, okay? This is actually scientifically backed. In your lungs, all of the different parts of your nervous system meet up. Your lungs are connected to all of the different parts of your nervous system. The parts that are automatic and the parts that are manual. Breathing is something that you do passively without having to think about it, but it's also something that you can do consciously. And so, in moments of anxiety, what happens to your breathing? Your breathing becomes more rapid. You start to hyperventilate as your body prepares you to take action. And what this does is this sends signals throughout the rest of your nervous system. It's go time. We're in danger. We need to take action. And so, by breathing like a relaxed person, big, slow, deep breaths in through your nose, and out through your mouth. That helps to calm the nervous system. It slows your heart rate. It tells your nervous system, hey, we're all clear. No need to worry. Breathwork really is OP. It sounds too simple. It sounds too obvious, I know, but it really does work. I have a whole presentation on it. We'll go back over it again sometime. The TLDR of it is you've got your autonomic nervous system, which is the part of your nervous system that acts automatically. You don't have direct control over it. And within that part of your nervous system, there are two separate, sub parts of that nervous system. The sympathetic and the parasympathetic. One of them is your fight-flight nervous system, the part that gets you ready to survive, the part that gets you all amped up and ready to fight that saber-toothed tiger, and the rest and digest part of your nervous system. And so you can switch which part is on by controlling your breath. You can switch out of fight-flight and into rest and digest. just by regulating your breathing. You don't have to take my word for it, though. Just try it. Try it and see what it does for you. From what I've experienced, some doctors and psychologists become very cautious when documentation could potentially be used in legal or administrative disputes. Some seem worried about being professionally challenged, getting drawn into legal proceedings, or being asked to testify later on. That's just part of the job, though. Get over it. Oh my god, you're a doctor. Grow up. Holy. You're a doctor. Grow the fuck up. Holy shit. It's part of the job. Oh my god. Doctors have insurance for this? Exactly. Like, what the... Like, come on. Like, it's a part of the job. When you're a doctor, sometimes there's, like, legal aspects to that, and that's just part of the job. So, you knew what you signed up for. If you're going to be a worse okay, here's the thing. If you're, like, neglecting your duties, if you're just going to be a worse doctor because you're afraid of having to testify or something, it's like, you're probably just going to end up getting yourself in even worse trouble. Like, just be a good doctor, for Christ's sake. Maybe if you said, hey, don't worry, I won't use, this isn't for anything legal. Just, this is just so, this just seems so stupid to me. This just seems silly. Like, that's part of your job. Sometimes you get drawn into legal proceedings. Sometimes you have to testify. That's just part of being a doctor. Also, I'm not a doctor. I'm also not a lawyer, so take what I'm about to say with a hefty grain of salt. But it doesn't feel like that's the right play for a doctor. If you're trying to avoid getting into legal or administrative disputes, shouldn't you do your fucking job? Like, shouldn't you actually be truthful and forthcoming in your documentation and not omit things? Because, I don't know, that just seems like a pathway to get into even more trouble. Right? Like, okay, just wait until you get sued for malpractice for having terrible notes and for not doing the correct documentation. I'm sure the lawyer's gonna have a field day with that one. Give me 2 seconds. I'm gonna go do something real quick. Flip this light off. Doctors have insurance for these reasons. How do you respond to leftists who say psychiatry just serves the interest of capital by medicating them and returning them to work? I understand there is truth behind this critique, but also my late mother was an amazing physician who I saw save countless lives. Thank you. Two things can be true at once. As you say, there is truth to this critique. Absolutely. And that point is worth discussing. It is a point that's worth discussing. For many practitioners, Their primary focus is returning people to productivity. What can we do to help you have a more productive life? And by productive life, we mean what can we do to get you back to work? So how do I respond? You're asking me, and I'm kind of the type of person that does agree with this sentiment. I believe that... Alright, let me just say this. Do psychiatric medications serve a purpose? Yes. Do they help people? Yes. Do they save lives? Yes. That is true. But as we know, more than one thing can be true at a time. Are there people who are overprescribed? Yes. Are there people who are being treated because of causes that are tied to capitalism? For example, someone who has a high amount of stress and anxiety and burnout and depression because of their working conditions. It's important to recognize that capitalism provides treatment for many of the problems that capitalism creates. A lot of the therapeutic approaches are designed to treat problems that are caused by capitalism. Now, not all problems are caused by capitalism. That would be foolish of me to say. But it is important to recognize that a large number of people are being treated for issues that capitalism is causing them. And they're also being made to internalize those problems. It's like, oh, what's the matter? You don't want to work in a factory for your entire life? You don't want to work every day until you die with no vacation? No chance at retirement? There must be something wrong with you. Here, take a Zoloft. It's like, how about we do a self-care day at work? We'll do a self-care day at work. And we'll have pizza. And you can get a coupon to leave work or to take an extra 10-minute break. Everybody gets a coupon. You get one extra 10-minute break. Have you read Empire of Madness? Really good book on this subject. I have not. My thoughts and opinions come from the things I have experienced and witnessed firsthand as a provider of treatment. As a treatment provider in a capitalist system, I have worked with many people who are suffering because of causes that are directly tied back to capitalism. I can't afford to take care of my family. I can't afford to have a house. I can't afford my medical bills. A great amount of stress, a great amount of anxiety, a great amount of depression and other mental illness. And then capitalism offers a solution of, oh, okay, so we see that you're struggling. It's because you have a chemical imbalance. Your brain is broken. Your brain doesn't make enough of the feel-good juice, and so you need to take a pill forever, actually. You need to take a pill every single day for the rest of your life so that you can feel better and so that you can just keep grinding away. Does psychiatry serve the interests of capital? Yes, but that's not all it does, and it's important to understand that nuance. And if you're going to be a good leftist, or if you're going to engage with a leftist in a serious way, you need to be able to understand nuance. Because I saw the same thing working as a practitioner. I saw people who were being treated and medicated, and it made all the difference in their life, and it helped them tremendously. And then I also saw people who were struggling because of material conditions. And they were treating those material conditions as if it was a personal fault of that person. That's what upsets me the most, and I hope I hope that upsets you too. Is seeing that there are people who recognize the flaws in the system and it causes them to be stressed and depressed. It should bother you that those people are made to feel like it is a personal failure on their part. Your brain is broken. You need to take medication for the rest of your life. That just feels so despicable to me. That people are made to feel as if it is their fault, as if there is something wrong with them, instead of recognizing that it's the system. It is a systemic issue. It's the system that's making us sick. So yeah, it's important to recognize that both things can be true. I've met psychiatrists who were wonderful and great at their job and who avoided overprescribing. And I've also met psychiatrists who just seemed like they could not give any less of a shit. And they would just be like, all right, yeah, you meet them for you see them 10 minutes every 3 months. And you go in there and they're like, any changes in your symptoms? Are you still hearing voices? Okay. All right, well, we're just going to go ahead and keep the dosage the same. I'll go ahead and send that off to the pharmacy and I'll see you in 3 months. I can't tell you how many appointments that I've sat in with people, because that's part of what I used to have to do, is sit in with somebody at an appointment and help to be like an advocate for them so that they could talk to the doctor and kind of advocate for themselves. I can't tell you how many times I've seen that kind of stuff happen, where it's just in and out. Any changes? You sleeping okay? Oh, you're having trouble sleeping? Okay, I'll add something for that. Okay, yeah, there you go. There you go. All right, see you later. Anyway. It's tough being a mental health provider in a capitalistic system because capitalism is so inherently anti-human. It's very difficult to work in a pro-human field in a system that is so anti-human. I'll leave it at that. I'll leave it at that. Hello. What do you do if your boss wants to fire you despite being exceptionally good at your job because you don't obey their will to do extra work when a colleague has resigned? What do you do instead of one new employee the boss hires two while you are still working there? How do you prevent getting fired arbitrarily? By just doing your job as it's described. Do what work you are required to do during the hours that you are required to do it, per the terms of your contract, per the terms of your employment. And if they try to fire you, sue them. I'm serious. It would surprise you just how many people are fired for the wrong reasons. And it might surprise you how you might be able to get paid for that. A good friend of mine is an attorney. He's a wrongful termination attorney. That's his specialty. So he gets to go after corporations for wrongfully firing people. And it would surprise you how often people are fired just for no reason. or for some bullshit reason. Aren't employers allowed to fire someone at will? It depends. It's a state-by-state thing. It kind of depends on where you live. That being said, though, you might still have some options for legal recourse. So it's always worth talking to an attorney because they'll talk to you for free, and you can see if you have a case. I'm kind of afraid that bosses might use AI over hiring people. They're already doing it. They're trying to find ways to replace humans with AI in every single avenue that they can. Anyway, I would just keep showing up, keep doing your job, and if they try to let you go for false reasons, I would seek legal counsel. Turned 24 yesterday. Well, happy birthday, partner. And now I suddenly feel like I have to grow up? Nah, you're still cooking. You're still cooking. Document things and get responses in writing. That's another good addition. I forgot to say that. Thank you for bringing that up. This is for the previous questioner. Document everything. Get everything in writing. Turned 24 yesterday, and now I suddenly feel like I have to grow up. Here's the thing, you don't actually. You can actually refuse to grow up. You can do that. I felt so young at 23, now I just feel anxious about getting older. Here's the thing though, getting older is actually awesome. Getting older is actually awesome because all of those thoughts and feelings that you have, you get to explore them with more depth and complexity and nuance. That's the cool thing about getting older, is becoming more mature and more refined. Some of you here, I'm sure you can attest to this. Before you turn 30, turning 30 is viewed as this thing that's like terrifying. Like, oh my god, not 30. It's over for me. I'm cooked, unk. But what you realize is after you turn 30, you're like, oh, I don't give a shit anymore. You care way less about what other people think about you. And you're able to focus more on stuff that actually matters to you. Like, oh yeah, if I just want to spend the day hanging out at home, messing around in the garden, petting my cat, that's a great day. And I don't have to worry what anybody else thinks about that. I haven't turned 30 yet and I'm still scared. Turning 30 was the best thing that ever happened to me. It was like I finally gave myself permission to just not give a single fuck. And it was awesome. Growing older means that you get to focus more on being you and focus less on being whatever everybody else wants you to be. Not only am I getting older, but everyone else around me is too. It makes me sad. I've always been the dumb, young, little sister of the family. Now I'm suddenly not so little. I hate this. You've only got so much time, that's true. You're noticing that. You're noticing, your own mortality. I've only got so much time. The people around me only have so much time. Since we can know that that is true, we recognize that, let's try to spend less time hating it. Let's try to spend more time enjoying the time that we have with the people that we care about. You know what I mean? You've only got so much time. try to make the most of it. You know, it may not make much sense now because you're still pretty young, but one of the main struggles that people face as they grow older is, do I grow older with dignity or do I grow older with despair? And so we're looking to grow with dignity. You know, we can look back on our life and say, that was my journey. You know, I made some mistakes, I learned a lot, I had a lot of fun, and I knew a lot of love. So that's what it's all about. We're not here for a long time, we're here for a good time. Hello and welcome back. Oh, hello. It's good to be back. I'm trapped in a really awkward and uncomfortable situation. I love helping people through an awkward and uncomfortable situation. Let's go. So, my best friend and also my ex, who we will call G, is also the ex of another friend I have, and they are no longer in contact. This person we will call K. Alright, G, K. And my other best friend is involved, who we will call J, to make things less confusing. Oh, I will be confused. Don't worry about that. So let's just power through. So almost a decade ago, G and J were in a love triangle, and this other person who's mostly not really in any of our lives anymore, and okay, they were in a love triangle with this other person who's not really in our lives anymore, and so G has held long resentment towards J, but now K enters the picture, and G and K hit it off until they broke up because G has awful BPD and K is kind of unstable themselves. Yeah, BPD can create some challenges in relationships. There can be a lot of, splitting and black and white thinking and a little bit of volatility and instability. So J tells G during this relationship time that he is jealous of him, and this leads G to believe J is in love with K. Sure enough, months later, J and K are now dating, and they seem happy, but G is in my DMs all the time, now getting mad at me, telling me to cut J and K out of my life because it's not fair. They don't get to tell you to do that. What's not fair is them telling you who you can and cannot talk to. That's what's unfair. J has been my best friend before G was for years, and K and I are on positive terms, and I'm trying to help them become better. So this is a really shitty situation to be in because I am friends with all parties, and G is threatening me with cutting me out of his life, and if I don't try to break up J and K, oh my god. Okay, you need to set some boundaries with this person. I understand that this person is mentally unwell. Alright, I understand that. But we still need to have boundaries with people. It's kind of hard to take his side because he has hurt me so much when he and I were together, but Kay has hurt him back a lot with a lot of things too, like threatening suicide and flying to his house unprompted. This has been going on for months now, where G is talking to me about what he thinks of K and J, even though he doesn't speak to either of them anymore. And it makes me so tired and anxious. Apologies for all the acronyms. Thanks for any and all help. Okay, so we're dealing with G. And G is telling you who you can and can't talk to because they have history with somebody else. But frankly, that's none of their business. I think you need a break from this person, if I'm being honest. I think you need a break from this person. Because here's the thing. Some people thrive on chaos. Some people thrive on instability. If this is what they're used to, if they're used to there always being drama, always being conflict, always being chaos, then they're going to create it. Even if it doesn't exist, they're going to create it. And that's what they're doing now. They're getting all worked up, and they're just getting all worked up with you because of these other two people that they don't even talk to. They don't even talk to those other people. But they're just creating this problem out of nothing. And guess what? You don't have to play that game. You don't. The thing that complicates all of this is that I kind of agree that J and K don't have any real synergy and are kind of together because of loneliness, but it's like I don't want to further delve into this whole ugly thing. Yeah, and that's the thing. It doesn't matter. If you get along better with those two, then just hang out with those two. I'm being honest. G is really paranoid, and I can somewhat relate to that, but I hate being the person who's just being vented to constantly. A helpful question to ask somebody when all they do is vent to you is, have you ever talked to anybody about this? This sounds like a lot for a person to deal with. Have you ever talked to somebody about this, like professionally? I've heard that can help a lot. Just like a gentle redirection to like, go talk to somebody about this, because it can't be me. You need to set a good boundary with this person. If somebody's just constantly venting to us all the time, we need to protect our peace. I bring it up to my therapist longer than I should. What if you took the day off from talking to this person? I know that it can sometimes be hard to like let somebody go, but I'm not saying you have to let them go. All I'm saying is take a break. You know what I mean? It's not unusual to sometimes go weeks or even months or even longer without talking to somebody. Sometimes life just takes you in different directions. Sometimes you just get caught up in your own stuff. And it sounds like this person is being a very intense emotional drain for you, and they're causing a lot of stress and anxiety within you. And so it's important that you're fair to yourself. You know, if this person wants you to cut somebody out of your life because that's not fair to them, what about what's fair to you? What about what's fair to you? Historically, I have loved working with people with BPD. I've worked with a lot of them. I've done counseling with them. I've had them on my caseload. You know, they can be intense and they can be demanding sometimes. But what's really important with them is to have strong boundaries. You need to make it very clear, like, hey, you're gonna have to find somebody else to talk to about all this. You're really stressing me out here. Or if there's something that you just don't want to talk about, just be like, I don't want to talk about them anymore. Why do you keep bringing them up? You don't need to bring them up. Let's talk about something else. I would just try to set some boundaries with this person because it sounds like they're really draining a lot of your energy, and it might surprise you how much better you feel when you don't have to worry about what this person is doing or thinking or saying, or you know what I mean? Just to take a break from that. You might be like, wow, I can finally breathe again. Oh my god. Felt like a weight has been lifted. What if they reply that they have no one else to talk to, or they get upset because they're being wronged by basic boundaries? Boundaries are healthy, and they're essential for a long-lasting relationship. But no, that's a good question, because that's the kind of stuff that people will try to pull. Every time somebody says they have no one else to talk to, that's just not true. There's always somebody that you can talk to. You can call a support hotline. You can text them. You can call them. There are people out there that you can talk to. There's millions of people. Some say there are even billions of people. It's just important to recognize when somebody is entitled to your emotional energy. Somebody who can just come to you and just talk for hours about everything that's stressing them out, or everything that they're worried about, or everything that's wrong, without any care or concern for your emotional energy. Healthy relationships involve reciprocation. There is give and take. Sometimes I lean on you, sometimes you lean on me. That's what friends are for. But it's important to have those boundaries. Otherwise, we're just going to find ourselves burnt out and drained and... Fun fact about BPD is that a lot of people outgrow it. Can you believe that? BPD is actually something that a lot of people outgrow. They learn to deal with it. They learn how to cope with it. They learn new ways of thinking and acting. BPD tends to be at its most severe when a person is in their 20s or their 30s. But you don't often see somebody with full-blown BPD in their 50s. They tend to outgrow it. Isn't that interesting? Can take a long time to work through it though. Well, the only way out is through. If it takes you a long time to get out, at least you got out, right? I was in a relationship with him for years, and he would always get mad at me for literally everything. So happy I was able to get out of that. Just be mindful of what continuing a relationship with this person would be like. It just doesn't sound like they have the capacity to prioritize your emotional well-being. It kind of sounds like they are primarily tuned towards how they feel and what's important to them, and it just doesn't seem like there's that balance that you need for a relationship to actually last. You know, being a young adult and having BPD, it can be a huge stressor on your relationships. That is true. But it's also very treatable. It's very treatable. You can learn how to regulate those emotions. Maybe me and the missus can get back together in 20 years. Who knows what'll happen in 20 years? You'll be a whole different person by then. Anyway, you deserve good friends who make you feel good. I'm always trying to advocate for new medication or therapy for him. Good. And honestly, it might be helpful to kind of just keep things almost more professional with this person, I guess. Because sometimes what you want to avoid doing if you're having boundary issues with somebody who, you know, can act like that is you just want to almost just, you know, not fall into their trap, like not play their games, you know? Like if they want to sit there and just talk and talk and talk for hours about everything that's stressing them out in life, it's like, and it's things you've heard 1,000 times. You are well within your rights to walk away, take a break from that person. Maybe that person's got some growing to do. And just like that, we're all caught up with the questions. How about that? How about that? We're all caught up. Does that mean it's game time? Does that mean it's game time? Quick, we'll do a poll. Do a poll. Is it game time? Let the people decide. how's it going? Welcome in. I'm going to be astounded if we only get one vote in this entire poll. That's astounding. You know, even if... Oh, there you go. Okay. All right. 50-50. Now we're getting somewhere. Could be better, but I'm still alive, so that's a bonus. Yep. That's what matters. You're still in the thing. Fighting for a brighter tomorrow, that's what it's all about. If this poll ends at 50-50, I'm just going to end stream immediately. If we're stuck at 50-50, I'm just immediately gonna hit the end stream button. Oh, no? Okay. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, 3-3. You better hurry that poll. Oh, we're almost out of time. Oh my god. How's it hanging? It's going all right. Okay, there we go. 60-40. How's it hanging? It's been good. I've been getting over a cold, so I've been coughing like crazy. We were just taking some questions from the question box. Come back and check it again later. We'll come back and check it again later, just in case there's anybody who is still typing one up. Alright, so if I remember correctly... Actually, hold on, we need to see... They did an update to Project Zomboid, and I'm hoping that it didn't mess with our save file. I'm hoping that it didn't mess up our save. Actually, I just won't download the update yet. I'll just launch the game. If I download the update, it might mess up our save file. I've still got some plans for that save file, so I don't want that to happen. Alright, let me get this configured real quick. Alright. Cold, precisely. It started off in my head, and now it's kind of down in like my chest. All phlegmy. You hear that? You hear that? I've got the zombie virus, I fear. Is it gonna make me download the update? Hold on. Let's... I want to try to launch the game without downloading the update, so I think I need to run Steam in offline mode. I don't want to update my game yet because I don't want it to break my save file. I got the hentai. Yeah, I got the hentai virus. What a way to go. Alright, so I've got Steam in offline mode. I got Steam in offline mode so that my save file doesn't get messed up. Alright, so if I remember correctly, we are currently outside. We're in the outskirts of Louisville. So, as you can see, Louisville is huge. It's this massive city. And we're currently, like, right over here. We're parked in a little van, like, right over here. So, what I was thinking is, we're gonna head into downtown, and we're gonna start a fire. We're gonna burn down Louisville. We've been carrying the sacred flame. We're gonna burn Louisville to the ground. We pushed through the military checkpoint. There's the military checkpoint down here. It was full of zombies. We cleared it out. We pushed through. We even made it past the spot where our husband died. This is where our husband died. We were trying to find him. That was our lore. We were trying to find our husband. And since he has fallen, we're going to seek retribution. And we're going to raze this city to the ground. So yeah, currently we're parked right over here by the horse track. And Louisville's kind of crazy, so this is going to be a ride for sure. Alright, here we are. There she is. It's pouring rain. We're really hungry. Let's eat a meat stick. I kind of want to find a semi-safe spot to, like, one of these houses maybe. Maybe I could clear out one of these houses. Turn it into a little forward base. like the subtitles? Hell yeah. Just a little OBS plugin. Oh, look at this. Oh, it's all gated off. Looks like there's a zombie in there, but... I was gonna try to get into one of these little riverfront houses so that we could turn it into a little forward base before we venture further into the city. Does the fire kill off the zombies? Yes, and it's also probably going to burn down a decent chunk of the city. But I just think that sounds... You know, whenever I play this game, I don't always... Like, the people always ask me, what's the point of this game? Is it just to survive? And yes, to an extent that is the point of the game, to just survive as long as you can. What the hell is this, a 3-car garage? That's huge! Hold on, I might have to try to... But yeah, people always ask me, what's the point of this game? And sometimes I like to come up with narratives for my character. I like to give my character, you know, some incentive. It helps my immersion. And so I feel like for this character, our end goal is to just like... We're on a mission of vengeance. We were trying to find our husband. As it turns out, he has been, you know, we took vengeance on his killers. We forgave them. Is this door just open? Hello? Unlock the garage. Is this house just available? Look at that riverfront house. I don't know anything about this game. Ooh, this is... Okay, so this is Project Zomboid. And it's basically The Sims in a zombie apocalypse. And it takes place in Kentucky. So right now we're in Louisville. Which is kind of like the end game for this game. You know, I've played this game for a lot, and I've hardly ever been to Louisville. I know people who have played this game for like hundreds of hours, and they've never made it to Louisville. We're gonna cook some food. We're gonna make a pork chop and some tater tots. Actually, maybe we can make it into a casserole. Create roast. Oh, I can make a beef jerky roast. Hold on. Frying pan, create stir fry. Wait, what about my pork chop? I can't make it from my pork chop? Is it because it's frozen? Whatever. Just here. Open tater tots. Tater tots. Pork chop. Turn the oven on. There we go. Make sure they don't burn. Oh, they got an extra USA flag in here? Now that's a good sign. Look at that. Oh, yeah, baby. Now we're talking. Look at that. I had one in my backpack, too. Nice. Let's check our tater tots. Oh shit, my tater tots are burning. Whew. This pork chop's gonna take a minute though. Pork chop. Make sure to turn the oven off. Don't want to burn the house down. Apparently I have to close these curtains from the outside. What? I can't close them. The counter's in the way. I hope they find a way to fix that. You can't close curtains when there's something like in the way, which is annoying. Let's check upstairs and make sure there's not a zombie hiding in a bedroom or something. Hello? In the bathroom? No. Not in here. Whew. A leash? I can get a pet zombie. Hello? Anybody home? Oh, fuck! Woohoo! Just camping in the bathroom. Scared the shit out of me. Alright. Come out here. I'm not dealing with this in here. Get down here. Erica Kirk is a crazy name. I know, totally random. Definitely just totally random chance name. Totally randomized. Alright, get out here. We're carrying the flame. Oh my god, you are so slow. Get over here. Totally, completely random chance. I hear a zombie pounding on something. Is there another one up here somewhere? In the closet? Like, you hear that, right? Where are they? Here? This house is too big. This house is too damn big. don't see any zombies up here. Maybe he's at the back door. Hello? Oh, there. Oh, where the hell did you come from? Rest easy, Patriot. Oh, there's like a tiny little gap there. I think they walked around. Yeah. Okay. Man with a ponytail, you look like a liberal. Am I getting wet? I have a poncho on. Maybe my hood needs to be up. Right, are we clear? Right, our character's getting a little sleepy. Dry ourselves off with a towel. There we go. Some caffeine pills. We're gonna need these. That's for sure. We're a little hungry, but I think we can manage. Go ahead and sit on the bed and I will read a book. Read Aiming 1. Too dark to read. There's a lamp right there. Does the helicopter still come around now and then? The helicopter, you can turn that on in, if you do sandbox mode, you can make it so that the helicopter does come around periodically. Alright, we're tired and hungry. Alright, let's go to bed. Alright, we're up. It's 5 o'clock in the morning. Let's get ready to face the day. See if there's anything good in this house before we go. Did a little bit of looting, but there could be more. Leather coat. It does offer some good defense. Saxophone, that's a fun weapon. Wish it was black. Just doesn't really go with the outfit. I was going for the all black look. Oh, I did find that coat, actually. It's the officer's jacket. Where is it? I think it might be in my car. I found a black coat, so I don't need this one. Okay, let's fill up my water bottle. Hot, run around in this leather coat. Okay, apparently this dude is deaf. Oh, you coming? Let's just deal with that real quick. Oh, nice helmet. Nice helmet. Wow. Yo, this garage has a generator in it. A nice one. So it's all locked. That sucks. This person had a residence key. Maybe we'll get lucky and it's the key to this house. Maybe it'll open this. Nope. Damn. Maybe this door? Damn. We want in. Got a skylight. It's awesome. Alright, I need to reload my gun. I got this M16. I need to reload all the magazines. Just open them all up. Is that all the ammo I have? Well, I've got a bit more shotgun ammo. So pull that out. I just have to get my affairs in order. Okay. So we've got 5 magazines for the M16. Sorry, I'm just messing around in my inventory real quick before we go on our little adventure. Lock it with a photo of father and children. We know who that is. Oh, I've got his ID too. Kept it with me. My Bible reading CD. Oh, I do have more. So the plan is, we've got the M16, and then we've got the shotgun, and we're loaded up. I've got enough space to carry both without being overloaded. Christians together? Right, we've got some food. We've got water. We've got guns. I think we're ready. Yeah, we're still overloaded. Oh, it's these tater tots. There we go. It's because I took my ammo belt off and my flashlight. There we go. So let's pause for a sec. So let's get a bearing of where we're at. So we're in one of these houses. We're in this one. The 3 garage. This whole mansion. So we're right here. Where should we go? Is there a gun store anywhere over here? A brick factory? The battery factory. Storage units. Army surplus store? Hey. Okay. Now we're talking. I think that's what we'll do. We're going to take off from here. And we're going to try to make it to this army surplus store. Alright, I hope you're all ready, because this is going to be chaos once this gets underway. So, without further ado, let's get to it. We're driving into Louisville. Do I have a Molotov on me? That's kind of integral to my plans, is I need a Molotov cocktail. Do I not have one? I could have sworn. Oh, it's in my glove box. Okay, there it is. Molotov cocktail. We're gonna need that. Do I have a lighter? I do. Ooh, not much left in my lighter, but got enough. There's so much cool stuff in Louisville. Huh. Well, this isn't as bad as I thought it would be. Is that Ronald McDonald? No. Kitten knives? What? Velvet tassel? Oh shit. The slugger. Apparently somewhere there's a baseball bat factory. And we can get all of the bats we would ever need. Oh shit, this parking lot's closed off. Get out of here. Where the hell am I? Trying to find this military surplus store. It's around here somewhere. Ooh, that's a lot. Okay. Ooh, that's a dead end. Okay, let's... don't mind me. Oh shit, that's a wall. Those isometric angles get me. It's the movie theater, the Starryplex. I passed the surplus store? I think I did. Night glow? Fish and chips? Zach's Hardware. Upon arriving in Louisville and witnessing that this town has been overrun, we are left with no option but to raze this city to the ground. Art gallery. My God, we could burn down the museum. Havisham Hotel. I've never really properly been into Louisville in this game, so this is kind of exciting for me. I expected it to be way more crowded. This actually isn't so bad. This is actually pretty doable. But I still think we should burn it all down. What do you think? Should we burn it all down? Oh my God, the stop sign. I thought I'd run it over. Nope. The Expo Center. There's the Expo Center. This is where we're supposed to give our... This is where the this is where the TPUSA event was supposed to be. Burn it all down to the ground. All right. Let's find a nice big group. Louisville's awesome. Look at the size of these buildings. The Bateman office building. Oh my God, and it's just full of zombies. That's so cool. My game's starting to like lag a little bit from just all of the... Oh my God, and they're pouring out of the windows! Oh shit. They're pouring out. Oh my God, look at them. Disgusting. Disgusting. I need to head into Louisville in my games more often. This is awesome. What I really need to find is another liquor store so that I can get some more stuff to make Molotovs. Fossil Field? Oh shit, it's the stadium. The Family Fun Zone. Right. Let's check the map. I need to... This place is so big. It's huge. Alright. Here's the Fossil Stadium. There's Family Fun Zone. So I'm like right over here. This parking lot's nice and big. I could park my car here. I kind of want to make it into the stadium. Let's try to make it into the stadium. Dogs a-flamin'. See, that's a sign. It's a sign. Burn it all down. Oh, where was this stadium? Okay, there's Family Fun Zone. The Black Saddle. Just so many cool little spots. I could imagine this being a terrifying nightmare when the power's turned off, though. Alright, we made it back to the water. Where was that stadium? Not far. Is it this? Expo Center. The LV Arena? I need to look at where I'm at. I'm lost. This must be the arena. The LV Arena. So okay, it's right over here. We're close. Oh, Dogs a Flamin'. Okay, that's where it was. Okay, that was attached. I drove right by it. I need to make it into that baseball stadium. Oh, that's a dead end. Don't want to do that way. Stuck in this big ass parking lot. Gotta get there. There it is. How do we get in? How do we get in? Holy shit. Gotta try to find our way in. I park. Guess I'll park here. Oh, baby. That's a lot of zombies. They're trying to fight their way out. I need to get in there. Door's closed. Alright, let's get this party started properly. Got Molotov. A lighter. Let's get a big group of them together. Ooh, that's a lot of them. Nice. I think that'll do. Holy shit! Holy shit. Did you see the size of that flaming horde? Holy shit. I turned my car off, right? Yeah, I did. Decided we're burning this thing down to the ground. Oh my god! Okay, there's no way I can drive down that street. There's too many. There's too many. Okay, we gotta go this way. We're carrying the flame. That's for sure. Alright, let's loop around. Oh, fuck. Pole. Oops. Oops. Holy shit. Let's loop around. Hey, that, I had nothing to do with that. That was burned down already. I didn't do that one. Shit. You can see them catching up to me slowly. Oh, they got out. They got through. Oh my god, the sports fans. The sports fans are here. Oh my god, that would have been a death sentence running in there. Come on, guys, you gotta come join the flame. Come join the congregation. Oh my god. They're just pouring out of the stadium. We're trying to spread the flame. Is there a set amount? I wonder. You can change the population values in the sandbox, This is just the default number of zombies, which is quite a bit. This is Louisville, so it's the most populated area in the game. I think the military checkpoint, honestly, the military checkpoint was worse than this. The military checkpoint was crazy. Alright, where am I? Alright, I need more of you on fire. This is... Come on. We need more of you on fire. It's not nearly enough. We need the... Oh, the flames are spreading! The flames are spreading! We need more, though. This isn't enough. We need more. Come on, keep it moving. Alright, I need some of you to get caught on fire. Come on. There you go. Keep it burning. Spread the sacred flame. Yes. We are all Charlie Kirk. We must carry the flame. So many. They're just pouring out of the stadium. It's crazy. Alright, I guess I'm gonna park right here. So we can get out and have a little fun. Oh shit, my mic's been muted. Because the dogs were barking. Hold on, sorry. I muted myself because the dogs were barking. And then I forgot I was muted. Let me let the dog out real quick. Be right back. Okay, doggy. Excuse me. What do you think, gang? Are we going to make it out of this one alive? So far, the flame has been good, but I need it bigger. Yeah. Okay. Okay. We're in quite the predicament here. Let's see if we can make it through this crowd. It's quite the crowd. Oh my god. Holy shit. Oh my god, look at him. We need him to get over here. We need this to spread. Holy shit. Oh my god. Okay, this is gonna be tough. Alright. Oh my god. Oh fuck. I might be fucked. I might get stuck. This is not good. Uh-oh. 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 Come on, push. Holy shit. Okay, that was... I thought that was it. I thought we were done for. That was too close. Holy shit. I'm gonna put it on cruise control. I'm gonna put it on 5-mile-an-hour cruise control and just honk the horn. And we'll just keep the fire going. Just gonna drive down the street real slow. Honking the horn. Letting that fire grow. This is insane. I need to take him through the grass. The grass will help to keep the fire going. Yeah, if you didn't know, this game has cruise control on the vehicles. So you can automatically set your speed. Oh my god, they're like catching up to me. But not quite. God, this is nuts. I need more. More! I thought we were done for outside the stadium when our car almost got stuck. That was bad. Alright, I'm gonna have to speed up a little bit because they're starting to tap on my van. Holy shit. There's so many. Fire continues to burn. Yeah, this is why I wanted to come to Louisville. I just wanted to show you all something insane. Just wanted to show you something real nuts. Ooh, that'll help. That'll draw some more in. We're trying to purge this infestation with the sacred flame. We're gonna need more Molotovs. This place looks like a bar. The bar might have some booze bottles. I'm gonna need more Molotovs. If we're gonna do this right, we're gonna need more. I feel like we got a good start, but this is just the beginning. You know? Oh, fuck. It's always some random little pole or rock that gets me. Gotta be careful. Is that a raccoon? These zombies stuck inside this fence. If I remember correctly, this fence is a dead end down there, so I don't want to go that way. Shit, why aren't any of you on fire? I need more Molotovs. I just need a stack of Molotovs. One is good, and we can get it to spread around quite a bit, but... oh my god. I feel like we really need multiples. That's where we almost got caught. Don't go that way. Why are none of you on fire? I don't believe that the fire could have gone out already. We needed to spread more. Maybe I'm learning something about how fire works in this game. Yeah, there's definitely still some on fire. There we go. Need you guys to group up, please? I really need to get this big group. They're coming. Straight to the family fun zone. I think clumping them together helps. These little alleys. God. This is where we almost got stuck. Oh my god! It's such a big crowd. Are you kidding? Where's all the fire? Where's the fire? Where's the fire? Hello? What happened? Just this one little blaze on the corner? Alright, I'm starting to think that fire gets buggy. Alright, that one caught on fire. Now you just need to carry the flame into the rest of them, buddy. Yes, carry the flame right into your friends. Come on. Come on. Alright, now it's spreading back up. Yeah, I'm starting to think that fire gets buggy if you're not, like, there to see the fire happening. I'm not sure. I don't know. The important thing is that we were able to keep the flame lit. Going on our little march down the street. Okay, like, why aren't you all on fire? What the hell? Close this, I'm gonna fucking die. anybody up here who's still on fire? What the hell, man? What the hell, man? Oh, there we go. There's one. Alright, come on. Just need you to group up with your buddies. Alright, one becomes two. Come on. Come on. Come on. You serious? Where'd he go? What the hell? Oh, I'm too cold. Turn off the AC. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. Pole. Is this a dead end? Gotta get out down that alley. Hmm. Did I fuck up my car? I think I fucked up my car. It's starting to run like shit. Hit too many zombies. Uh-oh. Uh-oh! Need to get the flame going. We're gonna need... We're gonna need more Molotovs. So I'm learning something about how this game works with Molotovs. Fire gets a little buggy. Because I feel like with the amount of zombies that we had on fire, this city should be burning to the ground. And I feel like the effects were a little light. So here's what we're gonna do. Drive off to a safe spot. Get some water. Drive up to a safe spot. We'll go find some more alcohol bottles, I guess. Oh, fuck! Ow. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Did I just wreck my fucking car? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Well, this just got way more interesting. Better take that shotgun ammo with you. Better hurry up. Take that ammo with you. Right, I survived all of that to get taken out by a damn light pole. And I'm weary with tiredness? Ah, shit, this is not good. We're gonna have to take some caffeine pills. That did not help. Still very tired. Goddamn light pole took me out. Can't believe it. You take more caffeine pills? Take another handful. Take more. Take as many as you can. Okay, I think that's about as many as I can take. Watch me get super lucky. Find a car that works. A key in it and gasoline. See? There we go. Wait. Okay. See? Of course it's out of gas, but... The trunk lock is broken? Oh, shit. Okay. I need a hose. I shouldn't have left my hose in my other car. That was a mistake. Oh my god, a gas can with gas in it. Oh my god. No way. No way. Oh my god, I'm too lucky. Holy shit. Oh my god, pure skill. Pure skill. Wait, this looks like a dead end. Alright, we just need to drive off and find somewhere safe, I think. First off, put this empty... gas can. Throw that in the car. I'm not weighed down. Jump scare. I cannot believe we got out of that alive. That's crazy. I just need to get the fuck out of Louisville. Where the hell am I? Oh, I need to get over here. Okay. I think we gotta just get out of here. Get out to the country. Sleep in the car. Thankfully, your character won't fall asleep while driving. That's... I don't have to worry about that. Am I in the park? What the hell? Where am I? How do I get out of here? Let's just keep going south. Well, that was some insanity. That was wild. So, we learned something today. Now, this was a trial. A bit of a trial run. What we learned was that we need more Molotovs. That's what we learned. Is that if we're going to go into Louisville and we're going to burn it to the ground, we're going to need way more Molotovs. We only showed up with one, and that was our mistake. I should have brought like 10. I should go make as many as I possibly can. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to head back down to that little camping spot we had where there was the gas station and the liquor store. Because I'll definitely have more stuff there to make Molotovs. We'll be able to make more. And then we'll come back in style. We just need to drive back through the checkpoint, which might get a little hairy, but it shouldn't be too bad. We cleared most of it out. You just get the wanderers, you know, or the stragglers. For those of you who missed when we cleared this place is an absolute graveyard. Alright, so that'll be the plan. We're gonna... God, look at this mess. Carried the flame, didn't we, folks? We carried the flame. Okay. Yeah, what's our kill count at? 528? And that doesn't count the ones that we've killed with fire. If you counted that, it would probably be triple. Yeah, we killed several hundred at that base using a Molotov. There's my old car. Probably still got some good stuff in the back, too. I kind of left it loaded up. But we'll check it later. Right now, let's just get somewhere safe. This place should still be safe. Got it pretty clear, and it's off the main road. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, it looks clear. Yeah, there's the liquor store. There's our little hideout. Gotta get more gas. You never know when the power's gonna go out. Better fill up now. Power might go out tonight. So what we'll do next time, because I'm gonna call it here because I gotta go make some dinner. What I'm gonna do is we'll head up here. And we'll hit the sack. Yeah, this is a pretty nice little spot for a base. It's not too far from Louisville. We were able to make that drive in no time. All right. So we're going to call it there. We're going to call it there. I just noticed I had the game audio turned way down, so I hope it wasn't like annoyingly low the whole time. That's kind of silly of me. Wow, okay, so we went right here. We went all the way up into Louisville. This is where we set the fire, right here out at the field. Alright, cool. Alrighty. OPV, thank you for that gifted sub. Thank you. I'm surprised we made it back home. I didn't think we were going to make it. That was a close one for sure. Alright, so our character, we've seen better days. We've seen better days. That was close. We had some close calls, that's for sure. I was kind of thinking that was going to be... we were going to meet our end there at some point, but we're going back. So that's what we'll do next time. When we pick up, we'll head over to the liquor store and we'll make as many Molotovs as we can. And then we're going back to Louisville and we're gonna keep the flame going. I'm testing the limits of what this game can do, because we noticed it's felt like it was getting kind of buggy whenever we were lighting the fire up there, because I feel like a lot of those zombies should have been on fire that weren't on fire. Maybe it was because it rained and they were wet. I don't know. That might have had something to do with it. Who knows? This game can be weird like that. Alrighty. So yeah, we'll try it again next time. Anyway, thank you everybody for coming and hanging out. I hope you all had a good time. I know I did. Next time we'll pick back up where we left off. Alrighty. Alright, have a great night, everybody. And I'll see you all next time. So take it easy. Bye-bye. Happy trails, partners.